Good afternoon. I would like to call this town council meeting Tuesday, May 6, 2025 to order. If you will stand and join us saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you will continue standing as we say the invocation, Pastor June, thank you.
Thank you. Let's pray. Good and gracious God, we thank you for this day and for the people here who care so much for this island. We thank you for the mayor, town council, and town staff who work so hard to keep Hilton Head the wonderful place it is. Please bless this council's work and deliberations. Help everyone in this room to be wise, thoughtful, patient, and compassionate. We pray especially for people on the island who have food insecurity, who are lonely, who have housing insecurity, who are homeless. We pray for our immigrant brothers and sisters who contribute so much to our island. We pray for the courage to do what is right and good for all citizens of Hilton Head, and especially those in need. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person. In God's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor June. Next, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Orlando, are there any changes at this time?
Yes, sir. Mayor Perry, I would respectfully ask that we move item 9A to 10A from under unfinished business to new business.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved. Approval of the minutes. Next, we have the regular meeting and workshop minutes of April 8th. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by raising your right hand, and that is unanimous.
I wasn't present for that meeting,
Oh, you were? Okay.
I'm going to
Abstain. Okay, thank you. 6-0 then. Presentation and recognitions. Moving up, we'll have Bike Proclamation Month. Mr. Jim Hall. All right. Frank, you never had this many people up here.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Hey, Mayor, it takes that many to replace Frank.
Town of Hilton Head Island Proclamation. Whereas, for more than a century, the bicycle has been an important part of the lives of most Americans. And whereas today millions of Americans engage in bicycling because it is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation, an excellent form of fitness, and provides quality family recreation. And whereas Bike Walk Hilton Head Island, in conjunction with the town of Hilton Head Island and the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, has promoted bicycling education and awareness through annual bicycle events and the Bike Walk Ambassadors Program. And whereas the town of Hilton Head Island is a vacation destination where visitors enjoy bicycling on pathways and the beach. And whereas Hilton Head Island residents increasingly ride bicycles for pleasure, exercise, and a means of commuting to and from work. And whereas the League of American Cyclists, the Palmetto Cycling Coalition, Hilton Head Island Bike Walk, Bike Ambassadors, Kickin' Asphalt Bike Club, and riders throughout our area are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists designated the town of Hilton Head Island a bicycle-friendly community at the gold level in 2019 and again in 24 until 27. And whereas May 12th to 18th, 2025 is Bike to Work Week, and May 16th, 2025 is Bike to Work Day. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of Town of Hilton Head Island, hereby proclaim May 2025 as Bike Month. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. The town continues to be a strong advocate on behalf of biking throughout the island. And I wanted to say just a couple of quick things. Bike Walk Hilton Head, which I'm a member and board member, Charlie Queeg is also on our board and member. We are the advocacy group that works with the town and consults with the town on anything that's bike related, from safety to growth. The town continues to make a huge investment in our pathway systems, which uniquely are not just recreational and useful for pleasure, but function and actually get people to and from work and to and from businesses and have a huge economic impact on our community. Wanted to recognize a number of people who are up here today. As the mayor mentioned, our town is recognized by the League of American Bicyclists as a gold level bicycle-friendly community. There's also a program to recognize bike shops who also make a commitment to be bicycle-friendly. And just to give you a couple of quick statistics, just 2 short years ago, the entire state of South Carolina had a grand total of 5 bicycle-friendly businesses, of which 2 are here on Hilton Head. With the addition and announcement of our winners this year, there are now 17 businesses in the state of South Carolina, who are recognized as bicycle-friendly. 12 of those are here on Hilton Head. So it's a significant contribution to our economy, so thank you. This year, our winners include the Boys and Girls Club. And I don't know if Andrea was here. She was going to try and make it. But the Boys and Girls Club was recognized as an honorable mention award winner this year, which is fantastic. They obviously do a lot to our community. Just on Sunday, they put together a ride that included 700 riders. The town offered a grant to help promote this activity. 700 riders, most of which were from out of town. So it was a huge economic impact, and we raised over $100,000 for the Boys and Girls Club just this past Sunday with 700 riders. But joining me up here today on this end is Susanna Winters and Emily Andrews from Hilton Head Coffee Roasters, who are recognized as bronze level winners. Congratulations to you both. Just to their left is Hiro Nish and Erica Kochinska from Breeze Bikes up on the north end of the island, also recognized as bronze level bicycle-friendly businesses. So congratulations to you too. Joining me from Hilton Head Outfitters is General Manager Justin Peacock, Corey Pugach, and Jason Glowney, also recognized as bronze level winners this year from Hilton Head Outfitters. Congratulations to you both. Our final award winner is Salty's Bike and Beach Rentals over on Arrow Road. Mark Garrity and his wife are the owners there. Weren't able to make the meeting, but they also were recognized as bronze level winners. So again, Mayor, thank you very much for the award and recognition, and congratulations to all our winners this year.
Mr. Alfred.
I'd also like to point out that Jim Hall is not only the owner and operator of Hilton Head Bicycle Company on Arrow Road and a key part of the advocacy group Bike Walk Hilton Head, but he also played in the band on Sunday at the reception for the pedal event, which he referenced for the Boys and Girls Club. A man of very diverse talents.
Ms. Bryson.
Can I add to that? Mr. Alfred's shy, which is unusual. He and I both participated in Pedal HHI this Sunday. Mr. Alfred rode 10 miles. I was a bike leader in the 20-mile ride. It's a great event, and as Mr. Hall said, we have folks from all over the place that come and ride. They love to come here to ride. It's a wonderful event, raising money for a wonderful organization in our community. On a different note, along with Bike Month, there's a ride of silence for those who have lost their lives while riding their bicycle. It will be Wednesday, May the 21st, starting at 7 p.m. You need to sign up if you want to ride. It's 9 miles, no faster than 12 miles per hour, Steve. Don't ride any faster than that. And it leads out of Port Royal Plaza. There is a police escort, and we do appreciate the work of the Sheriff's Department and also the Highway Patrol in that bike ride. And then I think that's what I wanted to say about Bike Month. But it's all month, so please be safe out there. Watch for our cyclists and watch out for each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. General reports from council. Does anybody have any general reports at this time? I do, and as I always do when a local islander passes along, always make recognition of that individual. And Mr. Tom Riley, who was a great community leader, a great caregiver of the community, a great supporter of, obviously the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which he founded, also other organizations, the Heritage, other golf tournaments. but really larger than life, and he will be truly missed. So please keep his family in your thoughts and prayers, and of course, all those others that have passed away in the past several weeks as well. Next, we will move on to the public hearing. Now that we have the first reading of the proposed ordinance adopting the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island fiscal year 2026, ending June 30th, 2026. Mr. Orlando.
Thank you. Just get settled. Let's see. Well, good. As Kim gets that ready, I just want to say, Mayor Perry, members of Town Council, good afternoon. It's my responsibility and it is my privilege to prepare and present for your consideration a balanced FY26 consolidated budget. This budget, as you'll see in a few minutes, is allocated across 6 major funds. I do want to start off by saying thank you for your leadership, your guidance, and just a lot of your direction over the last couple months as we started to put our heads around this year's budget proposals. As I present this to you, know that the budget is built with a thorough analysis of revenue trends, economic conditions, and conservative forecasting, and know that it's mindful of national and economic variability. So as you review the budget, while you'll see property tax revenues remain stable, what I'm really trying to get at is we've accounted for market volatility in tourism and retail-related revenues, ensuring the town remains resilient regardless of any external economic shifts. And so as we start diving into the major schedule of revenues, I'll start explaining a little bit of how we've looked at that. What I will cover today is structurally balanced, and I think that's a really important point I make. I haven't always made that out loud clearly every year. Structurally balanced, I mean that recurring revenues fully support recurring expenditures. So yet again, we have not used anything from prior year or fund balance to fund recurring expenditures. And so this fundamental discipline, as we talked about in the past, ensures our ongoing fiscal health and stability. So I like to say that this is not only a financial document, it's definitely a financial document, but it's definitely also a strategic roadmap. All right, so with that being said, I'm pleased to present a budget that delivers several noteworthy highlights. It provides property tax relief to residents and property owners. It strengthens our fund balance reserves. It supports accountable debt management. It invests in our services, our town services, and our employees. It sustains critical infrastructure. And of course, and as important, it advances town council's strategic priorities. So I'm going to dive into the presentation, and please, like we have in past years, stop me as I go or hold your questions till the end. There's probably about 45 minutes of this presentation for you. We'll start off by looking at some of our economic factors. I'll remind myself, this staff, this community, and of course all of us about the proposed consolidated budget goals. We'll look at the budget, all 6 funds, revenues and expenditures, and then we will talk a little bit about the future workshops too, and second and final reading as we get there. So with that being said, and for time's sake, this presentation is online, and we will again cover a larger portion, or I would say probably slower, at workshop. And we have those 2 workshops that are coming up. So I won't go through every detail in every slide, but please, I'm gonna go through this with pace, but please, if I'm going too fast and you wanna ask a couple questions, throw a hand up, tell me to slow down. So we can see that our island is about the same as last year, right? We had 160 new businesses open. We still are keeping track of our per capita income. We know that median household income is 96, yet median detached home sales prices are at 1.2 million. Median age 58, and of course we value and celebrate and also align with our tourism industry. Several economic factors that I think that we should just be mindful of as we think about our funding and our financing, right? We have an excellent credit position, AAA bond rating from Moody's, AAA bond rating from Fitch, and a AA+ bond rating for S&P. They look at all of these factors. They actually assess our finances in our community. They look at a tax base, property tax revenues, fiscal management, financial position, debt and pension burden, and then they rate. And so you see that in 2024, most of this is up, right? I haven't showed you on a budget, not from that scale, whether it's up or down, but just from an emergency response, more than 10,000. We issued 14,167 business licenses. That's 160 more from last year. We've lost some, we've gained some. There's $10 million excess of business license revenue. We track that, and we're mindful of business license investment in our budget. We're monitoring and program short-term rentals and beach patrol violations. 21,000, more than 21,000 interactions on the beach. Alcohol, holes, respect, trash, equipment, all handled by our community code enforcement team. And as of budget prep, a little more than 7,000 short-term rentals approved. So that helps me frame really some economic trends and some economic shifts as we're looking at the budget. So our strategic plan priorities, these should look a little familiar to you. Well, you haven't fully adopted these priorities yet. We met from a strategic plan standpoint. I believe that you've at least aligned on these. We're gonna come back to you in June and finalize everything. But I do like to put in the budget and align our budget with your priorities. Protecting island character through growth management, focused on major corridors and streets, assessing and reinforcing our island resilience, upgrading stormwater infrastructure, assessing, enhancing public safety readiness, supporting economic development, advancing workforce housing, and of course, last but not least on this page, preserve and celebrate our Gullah Geechee cultural heritage. And so you'll see the budget align with that. These goals are more from an operating side, right? We continue to invest in what we value. We're investing continuously in our recreation, our amenities, our public facilities, our municipal service delivery, our employees, customer service as well, employee engagement, capital projects, our environment, and definitely leveraging our fiscal planning as a tool for progress. So we're here today, May 6th, and we have on May 12th, a town council budget workshop. Of the 6 funds, I'm gonna try to get through 5 of them that day. In the past years I have, so general fund, debt, stormwater, Gullah Geechee, historic neighborhood, CDC, and housing, first day. And second day, May 13th, on capital projects. Kim, what time are those workshops at, remind me? 2 o'clock? All right, 2 o'clock. And then thanks Kim. And then second and final reading for the budget on June 3rd. So, all right, so your proposed budget. I'll draw your attention to this column, FY26 proposed budget. So a general fund of $59,754,000, a debt service fund of $18,864,000. Our capital program fund, and it's broken up into 2 major components. One, beach renourishment, and we've talked about that. We have an opinion of probable cost coming in at 47.5. Bids are in, those are a bit lower, but unless and until we have a valid contract negotiated, I'm going to stick with our opinion of probable cost at a $47,500,000. Other CIP projects, other capital projects, $30 million. Stormwater utility, up $2 million from last year at $11.1 million. Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation Fund, brought forward by the board of directors and our exec director, Thomas Buxley, at $3.286 million, and a housing fund of $3.9 million. And so you can see the budget dollar and percent change were pretty much a reduction in general fund, right? A reduction in our general fund of 2.7. Debt for different reasons is increasing. I will explain why. Capital improvement program this year, it's the major lift year, the heavy lift this year for beach renourishment. Those funds are there. Other live projects funded. However, overall, a reduction towards those other CIP projects. Stormwater utilities up, and I'd say general or CDC and housing is more or less flat. So not to go through all of this, but I started off the presentation saying that we've been very mindful of taking a look at economic trends, financial trends locally, but also just paying attention. And I get calls from folks. I got a call yesterday from somebody that said, hey, things are down. Our receipts are down at our plaza. I hear from someone else, the rooms aren't booked. We're tracking all of that all the time. We track it through ATAX, but we also track it through our financial reports as well as through what we do. But you can see a full schedule of revenues. This is made up of 2 pages, but you'll see that property taxes overall, right, the full schedule, and property taxes go into different funds such as general, such as debt. But property taxes overall, we're projecting as more or less flat, a 0.2% change. Business license up 6.9%, just based upon new licensing and trends with revenue. Franchise fees flat, more or less. Stormwater utility fees, just general growth based upon that rate, 4.1% change, $208,000 differential. You see a whole bunch of other revs that are flat. The larger ones become in grants. And so of the $7.3 million, $7 million of that comes from FEMA, our agreement with FEMA, and the residual is from CDBG. Beach services as a revenue, $650,000. That is an increase, and you'll also see capital investment simply from fund balance to build some projects up $2.7 million. Prior year funds, you can see that in prior years, we've used prior year money in general to continue to build the projects and do those one-time things we're working on. This year is a significant decrease. That $275,000 is for a live contract that is aligned with the land management ordinance. So that work, while the contract was larger than 275, is work that's incomplete but still ongoing. Stormwater fund, CDC fund, housing fund revenues, and transfers in 90 million. And then there's been a few questions for me about what is a transfer in, why do we transfer? I think at the workshop's a great opportunity to sit down and talk about that, really hear what your perspectives are, and really explain I would say the narrative or the language of our budget and why it's called a transfers in. But for today's purpose, we transfer in those major revenue sources of hospitality tax, beach preservation fees, TIF dollars, SCA tax dollars, and a long list. But we transfer $90,560,000 into our full budget. And keep in mind, this schedule of revenues is for all 6 funds. Expenditures, you can see from here, and this is across stormwater, CDC, housing, and general. You'll see that salaries and benefits increases 5%. Operating is a decrease, and I'm proud of that. It was a big lift and a lot of work, a lot of back and forth with every single line item scrubbed and analyzed and looked at, but we've reduced operating close to 7%, 6.8%, $1.388 million. Contracted public safety decrease, I'll explain that. And you can see across the board here, as we're preparing for a slower year, responding to I'm almost tired of saying it, but post-COVID, I think the new normal is where our revenues are starting to land, and our expenditures are aligned appropriately. So all in, we have excuse me for the back and forth, we have an all-in total revenue, 174.7, and a total expenditure, 174.7, excuse me, balanced budget. Some dollars to transfer out. We can get into this in the workshop. What's interesting, and I think this is always an appropriate way to let us know how our mill millage rate is responding to the ebb and flow of our island. So this budget reduces property taxes. It reduces property taxes by 2 mills. So from 21.4 to 19.4. You can see that mills increased over time here, but went from 22.18 and back down simply because there's different years of the work the county does for assessment, but then also increased millage to pay for bonds and revenue needed for Hurricane Matthew recovery. So, and emergency preparedness. Our mill value goes up, right? So I'm not sitting here saying, oh, we just reduced millage and we're blessed. If you look at mill value, 23 was $1 million, 26 estimate is 1.2. We've traditionally have seen, at least when I've been here, last few years, $1 million increase of general fund revenue a year just by natural growth, property values. The mill value decrease, I think, is an important element of our budget. We are simply saying that because we've worked hard to refine our budget and stop spending in areas we need to, especially in a year where we're seeing negative growth or several year ago actual number projected at least, we've reduced millage. I'll show you that. I think that's responsible, and I think that we're well covered with strong alternative revenues in other places. But you can see from a property tax bill, and again, we can slow down at this at workshop, we took a look at $501 million property values at 4% and 6% at a 21.4 mil, and compared that with 19.4 mil. What's interesting on here, I'll just draw your attention to the most expensive column. On a $1 million property, you're paying 13.9, right? $14,000 a year in property taxes. The county, $2,500, debt to the county, $192. Rural and critical debt, I think I'd be happy to pay that $180 for all the land that is purchased through that program. School operations, $7,300. School debt, $2,100. Hilton Head Island operations, $800. Debt, $300. Police fee, Hilton Head Island police fee, $252. Stormwater county fee, $7.88, and $150 stormwater fee here. So per million, I have it somewhere. Per million at a 4%, you're saving $80, and per million at 6%, you're saving $120. And so a thorough analysis to be able to do that. We also take a look at the strength of our South Carolina and local ATAX, and we'll see the growth of ATAX over time, right? If we look back to 2019 FY, 3.6 million, 24 projection was 10.9, and we are projecting several $1 million less ATAX collection this year, just based upon different factors.
May I interrupt for just a moment?
Yes,
On the
ma'am.
previous page, I don't want it to go past without saying something. First of all, thank you for the presentation, for all the hard work.
Thank you.
I know how much you put into this and how hard staff works and how hard the council works with you. And as I've been talking about reducing millage for years, this year when I brought it up, I'm really happy to see that we got to a place where we could deliver on it. And that's not because I asked for it as much as it is because you worked really hard to make it happen. So thank you. But I would encourage everyone to read the message from our town manager if you look at the budget. It's on page 5. And it is, I think it is a great statement of the great leadership that you provide to the town. So having said all of that, I also wanted to point out on the page that you were on just prior to this one with regard to the police fee. Because it says Hilton Head Police Fee, I wanted to make sure that it's noted that that is not Hilton Head Island that is assessing and collecting those fees, but that those are from the county, and that this is not a directive from this town to collect the police fee. That is Beaufort County that is doing that. And I just didn't want to go past without having pointed that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that jumped out. That's jumped out at us as well as a staff, right? You see and for later and for those folks that want to look this up, 3 little dots on the note show over here. Police fees are determined by property use and square footage. Really, they're determined by Beaufort County, so thank you. But we use our accommodations taxes. It's why I show you the out years and past years of A-tax. As we've looked at utilization of A-tax over time, we've started as a staff, as I've arrived, starting to propose that the town use A-tax for different reasons. And you can see up here, general fund, a transfer from our collected A-tax of 3.5 million into administration, facilities, community events. And this year, you'll see $2.8 million transferred into our CIP program, mostly for roads and paths and some parks and some facilities, only where tourism, right, is impactful, right, is impacted by tourism. Do we use those A-tax dollars? And so fire rescue, definitely, code enforcement, some of our police service costs, beach services, things like that. And then state A-taxes, and from last year, FY25, we still have $1 million of state A-tax in the housing fund, which we'll get to. So that makes up the full schedule of revenues. I can go through this somewhat a little quicker, but these are our 6 funds: general fund, operating, capital improvement program, debt, stormwater, Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods CDC, and our housing fund. So general fund is all of our financial operating resources, right? So expenditures, revenue expenditures for government, administrative services, sheriff, other public safety, items like that. And the principal sources I'll share with you, but mostly property tax, business license, local A-tax, permit fees, things like that. So a general fund budget, as I've shared with you a little earlier, of $59.754 million. That is a 4.46% decrease, a $2.8 million decrease year over year. And you can see from the schedule of revenues where our revenues have decreased, right? Less property taxes utilized and projected for use, less A-tax. Business license increasing 874. I shared that with you earlier, just based upon our research and our trends. Permit fees, same as last year, we're projecting. Beach parking is new revenue. So last year we didn't collect the revenue. We didn't collect the beach parking fee revenue that we're collecting this year. We used different sources of money, but you'll see a $400,000 increase in beach parking, but this $650 is based upon our projection of beach parking fees paid over time. Transfers in, somewhat self-explanatory. Beach preservation fee, we're using $248,000 into the general fund. 6.5 million up to 242,000 from hospitality tax last year. State A-tax is about flat. Electric franchise fee flat. Short-term rental the same. And stormwater fee, we've transferred some additional stormwater fee revenue into the general fund simply because those revenues that are in place are for staff projects operating as well. One-time and operating costs. More employees today, more than ever, are working on the stormwater program. So we feel like that is a responsible transfer. So I won't go through all these notes. I've somewhat covered it, but general fund property taxes, reducing our millage from 1.6 mil. Our local A-tax decreased, but A-tax being used for cultural affairs, code enforcement, beach parking services, the $3 an hour, $15 for the full day. Mayor Perry, members of council, we are working on an amendment to bring forward, based upon your direction, CSPS, Community Service Public Safety Committee, in the coming weeks. Or I forget the date, but I know it's scheduled, May 20. We will bring forward a fee structure. We will bring forward a fee structure proposal to address what you were asking for. But know this, the $650,000 of revenue, we're open for business Monday to Friday, and then Saturday and Sundays a full day. So, and like I said, unspent prior year general fund for the LMO and some municipal code amendments. I'm gonna jump through some of these slides, but just real quick, beach preservation fee is a decrease in general. Hospitality tax is about flat. TIF, this is a significant year for the town of Hilton Head Island and all of its TIF partners. The TIF that we have celebrated and utilized for amazing projects, 2 as an example, Celebration Park, USCB, Hospitality School and Campus, that tax increment finance district is expiring this year. And so you'll see that we're starting to close that out and adjusting our property tax millage and our TIF revenue over time. We're gonna see a little bit different, more operating, less projects, less revenue overall. The general fund reserve policy limits that changed from 21 to 22 stayed, and then from 22 to 23 increased, right? Increased from a bottom of 40 and an upward of 55%. And you can see that we have excess reserves above and beyond any expectation. We'll talk a little bit about reserves at the end of the presentation. General fund expenditures. So salaries going up, $817,000. Benefits going up, $926,000. Operating down, contracted public safety down, and some capital outlay for parking simply because we're in the parking business now, down. Transfer to housing fund this year, unlike last year, I moved as the proposed budget, the employee, the chief housing officer, from general fund to housing so that their salary is clear and in the housing fund, very similar to how we're handling stormwater. Very similarly, if not exact, the way we're handling Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood CDC. So you get a full picture of each fund. So in this budget, I have requested 2 new employees. And so I will say before I dive too far in, keep in mind that salaries are going up 3%, benefits are going up 7.9. So we weren't able to do all of this without going backwards in some areas so we could go forward in a couple. So I've asked for 2 new FTEs, 1 integrated pest management specialist. Right now, we do not have on staff the qualified organic pest management specialist that I think we all desire and need. So I've asked for that in the budget. And a parking program manager. It's really a community code enforcement officer, an extra person. I have gone back and forth with putting this in there. Frankly, Bob at first said, think about it, let's consider it. And Bob came back, Bob Bromage, our public safety director, came back and said, I think I can handle it. But out of the gate, the first couple weeks into the season, he called me and said, please put this in the budget if we can. It helps us do a few things. It over time helps us reduce our costs with our PCI contractor so that we get in the parking business and don't always just outsource everything from that perspective. And then also, last but not least, a part-time employee who's been here a couple years at a 30-hour-a-week job from a part-time to full-time. So really taking her job and making it a career. So our position counts you can see for FY26. In the budget, I've provided for a 4%, up to 4% performance-based pay increase. The budget, so what's great, right? When I look back, 4% increase, 2.5 new people, yet our budget increased 3%. So know that we've scrubbed in other areas. We're also providing the 11% South Carolina mandated medical insurance employer premium increase, life insurance increase, workers' comp increase. It continues to support the town benefits of 401k, and then the South Carolina mandated police officers retirement system for fire rescue. Same number of paid holidays, allows up to a week of employee paid time off buyback program, right? So the PTO doesn't accrue through your years, you can sell a week a year if you have a certain number of hours in your bank. Fire rescue overtime, we have reduced general fund overtime by $84,000 in other areas. That's 6% decrease. And then some part-time support and seasonal support. You can see the part-time support, really the seasonal support is, right, it's transportation, short-term rental, and beach ambassadors. We're having a hard time finding beach ambassadors right now, so let this be a public service announcement for a beach job. Operating highlights, I'm not going to go through all of them, but we had to reduce travel, meetings, conference, printing, 5,000 here, 10,000 there across the board on all of our accounts to take a step forward in the budget the way we have, and I'm proud of the work we've done to do that. Supports the LMO, Class and Comp Study, BMI, Island Jams, Singer-Songwriter Festival, All the Crescendo Lantern Parade, RBC Heritage Sponsorship Agreement, Holiday Lighting, and then matching funds for Low Country Council of Government, Low Country Regional Hilton Head Island Beach Shuttle Transportation Service, provides for the fire truck lease payment and town office space lease payments. So I'll keep going, but really the general fund touches every single department. Contracted public safety's down, right? So we have accrued that over time, the $2 million. You saw the Hilton Head Island police fee on your property tax bill example. We've stopped accruing for that because of that. Affiliated agency partnerships, 1.9 million, 39% decrease, 11 applications received for 3.2 million. Town council through committee, F&A committee, have forwarded 6 applications for 1.9 million. And I talked about this transfer out for personnel. You see the affiliated agency distribution. These are agency partners, right? So that means that we have some form, fashion of a business partnership through a memorandum of agreement, whether it's in place right now or one will be formed soon for these recommendations. So Island Rec, Coastal Discovery, Mitchellville Preservation Project, LRTA, Palmetto Breeze, Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, and Sea Turtle Patrol, Hilton Head Island. We are covering 100 through Beaufort County channel, right? So it's not Hilton Head Island channel. It's not our IT department. It is a $48,000 contract with Beaufort County. They're amazing, and I'm not just saying that so they don't shut us down right now. They're in the room, they're working hard, and they cover 110 meetings a year. Council committees, Planning Commission, Gullah Geechee Land Cultural Preservation Task Force, our Community Development Corporation, our ATAX Committee, and our Housing Action Committee. Over time, I'm asked, well, can we cover more? We can. It increases the cost, but also what we're finding, they're at capacity as well. And so we're trying to balance that with a responsible coverage. At a certain point, while I'm not advocating for it too soon, at a certain point, we might need to bring some of this in-house if we're going to cover more than. Supports fire rescue, who's had 15% increase in calls for service since 21. Public safety, right, our community code enforcement group, several hundred complaints for short-term rentals and beach patrol, let alone all the town code provisions that they are on top of as well as they can be. They have an hour, right, public safety hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. That's a great big shift than where we used to go home at 4:30 on Friday and come back on Monday, right? So I'm proud of Bob and Todd and the entire team and appreciate all of your support as well, Mayor and Council, for that investment over time. Supports finance, HR, technology, lots of facilities work. I think we can drive around the island and see, I say, some of the basics that our facility team is working on, but in the facility contracts is a town-wide litter patrol contract in and of itself, right? So we have baked in the landscape contracts, litter patrol, but I know that's not enough. And so this calls for some additional dollars for that. It supports beach services, franchise agreement, and a whole bunch of other work at our fire stations and our facility buildings from a maintenance standpoint. Mentioned planning, community development, mostly and significantly the staff, the training, and the LMO. Ditto with transportation, marketing, communications, Office of Cultural Affairs. I don't mean to jump over some of this while I've highlighted others, but just for time's sake, I'm getting through general fund highlights. So that's the general fund. That's the how we do business account. It's balanced with those recurring revenues for recurring expenditures and any dollars, any funds that are one-time projects may have some funds that aren't recurring from a fund balance or prior year unused. So capital improvement, count for and report financial resources on all of our capital projects, right? Roads, stormwater, parks, and primary sources of revenue are up there. Hospitality tax, beach preservation, and various other, what I would call transfers in. So the CIP 5-year program selection, right? We review prior year projects to carry forward. We consider internal lists and other sources. We balance funding availability and staffing. I think that if we pause here for a second, I believe we have done a much better job this year than prior years balancing funding availability and staffing to manage the projects. We've also not put on here, not just staffing to manage the projects, even other agency or contractor or surveyor staffing to manage our projects. Planning Commission recommended a prioritization, and then Town Council reviews and decides. So our CIP program, $77.687 million, a decrease of $5 million from last year. Don't get too caught up in that decrease. Most of the dollars are shifted, right? You can see the revenue sources. Some of this is fund balance and some of this is annual revenue accrual. Majority of the funds is from beach preservation fees for obvious reasons this year. Our proposed capital improvement program use of funds in our beach, $48 million. Our pathways, while down, I think schedule has a lot to do with that, so I don't want Town Council and of all nights a proclamation of bike month. Are they still here behind me? Yeah, some of them. That's a threat. That's a public threat. $1.6 million for pathways. A lot of that is based on schedule, but it's also, frankly, it's based on our capacity to acquire easements and while we're renourishing the beach. Roadways, $5 million. Parks, 10. Facilities, 4.7. Stormwater, 6.3. Fleet, 180, and you can see over time is shifted with fire trucks, $180,000. And then land acquisition administration, that's more soft costs for properties that we're considering, so. And again, sources match the uses for beach renourishment funding. It's a bit of a different look at the portfolio of funds in each of our different programs, project program or portfolios in our CIP program. And then proposed use of funds. So again, something I just shared with you, $77.6 million, beach renourishment, 47, 30 million diversified in these other programs. This is an interesting slide and I think a significant one because it shares with you the funding sources that fund those specific projects. Right? That has been a question in the past. Why a tax for this project but not that project? Why TIF for this project, not that project? I think the art and the science of this budget is knowing where you can use the dollars for the projects. And so this funding source column starts sharing that with you. I'm gonna go fast through this, but this is more for the public, the media, and really for all of you, Mayor and Council, to see prior to our workshop in a couple of weeks. You'll see this is a sampling of projects, but I always take a look at a capital improvement program to make sure that it's diversified where our priorities are. And then secondly, that it's not just all in one area of our town. And so I think that the intention of this exercise is showing us that our results are matching our goals, right? So projects are spread throughout our island. They're beach, pathways, roadways, parks, facilities, stormwater, and you can see where those projects will be built. So from a beach program, and I'll explain how this all works, right? So $48.8 million, you can see beach park maintenance, beach management, beach renourishment, Coligny Boardwalk maintenance, Harbor Town dredge, those are sitting there, and then a contingency. You could see that Planning Commission prioritized them, and that's really important because a lot of times we say, oh, Chaplin Park's up here and it might be for design, and some folks think we're building, 8 soccer fields in July. We're not. So you can see what's really important is that if it's not showing a check mark on design and permitting, that means we're not doing that. It might be over, might mean that we don't need it either. But you can see the check boxes for construction, and one really important one is beach renourishment. So ditto for pathways. You can see new pathway maintenance, right? So we've definitely enhanced our pathways. Those are maintenance projects, but they're capital costs. And so you'll see construction. Jonesville, design and permitting. Jonesville remains a priority, but that is a beast of a project for us to start focusing on. But construction, not this year. There's $500,000 in it to finish the design and permitting. And I would say most likely either easement acquisition or land acquisition on the Jonesville work. So Dunnigan's Alley pathway, design permitting, and then William Hilton Parkway eastbound design. And so for workshop, we can go through all of these. You're going to see some slides as well, better explain what each project's for. But for tonight, I think it's really important to show you that if it's up here, Planning Commission prioritized it. We didn't in the past, I would say, we used to try to prioritize 1s, 2s, and 3s, and it doesn't matter what. When you say a 3 is a priority, we build it. And so what we've been trying to do is understand the state law over time and also be respectful of Planning Commission's time on it. We ask them if they think the project as shown is a priority. And then if it is, we'll fund it and move forward. So total roadway, $5 million. A couple interesting projects, island-wide intersection and pedestrian striping construction. We have $1 million this year and $250,000 next year. That helps crosswalks that have faded over time. We also have in here Jonesville Road and Spanish Wells intersection. We have North Point access, Tabby Walk entrance relocation. That is a high priority of ours to figure it out. I've talked with council over time and community members, especially folks that watch those kids get off and on those buses. The construction of Mitchellville Road, that is a long time coming. We were trying to do it this year, but we just couldn't get a contractor out there in time, so we're moving that project forward. Parks, you will see up here, everything that you believe is moving forward is. I will share the obvious, right? It's the Island Rec Association improvements, $500,000 for building, pool equipment, and event equipment. We have some dollars in there for maintenance, for public art. Crossings Park Pickleball Complex. You will see it's definitely a priority. It's under design, it's being permitted, and we could squeeze in the dollars in the anticipated construction this year, but I'm starting to learn to be a little more realistic. We will, by this time next year, while I'm standing here, have a contract for pickleball. It should be designed, permitted, priced, with a contract negotiated, just not signed, out for bid and back for pickleball to start next July or so. But you won't see it in this year's budget because we're not going to get to the construction this year. So I think it doesn't make sense based upon a lot of the feedback I've received and frankly, some lessons learned on timing of projects here that take about 3 years. There's no sense putting the extra $8 million of funding as an example in this budget if we're not going to construct it. You can see some significant investments this year. Taylor Family Park, Patterson Family Park will be under construction late in the year, if not early next year. Same with Old Schoolhouse Park, a few more improvements there, and the Caligny Circle, the stormwater and pedestrian access. Facilities, Coastal Discovery Museum, they have made a request. It's reduced this year, $496, but you can see that Rex and team are making good investments, great investments into the property that the town holds, that they manage and maintain. But Rex has done a great job, in my opinion, working with our team, our project managers, to start scoping some of this work. And I think that some work out there is long overdue to improve, and this budget starts reflecting that. There's dollars in here for the Jonesville Horse Barn. Some of it is for demo, some of it is to improve the fencing around the property. We have a draft RFQ to lease it. I know that we need to do a little bit of work out there before we lease that property. Mitchellville Freedom Park, recycling at beaches. Several stormwater projects that we can talk about. $6.3 million of stormwater investment this year, more than last. 1.9 million last year. What I do want to do, so these projects are important to all of us. They're important to us. They're important to the private PUDs and community associations. We will have, and forgive me the month, it's July, August, or September, we will have 2 workshops with you as a standing workshop. One for all capital projects. We can talk about all of this, and we can talk about the future, right? So are we going to pay cash as we go, or are we in a place where we should be borrowing to finish some of the projects? We have to have that same conversation in a separate workshop for stormwater. And so as you look at this, what's very helpful is some of your reaction as we start diving into our next workshop. Fleet, staff vehicle replacement and a contingency, land acquisition, soft cost. So I keep saying I'll speed up, but I don't, do I? So we're getting a little better. So debt, right? The funds used for resources to pay the interest and principal on general long-term obligation debt from the town. And the sources of revenue are property tax and whatever other revenue stream supports that specific bond. And so in our case, beach preservation, hospitality, TIF, real estate transfer. So you see a total revenue of our debt service fund at 18.8 million. That it's about flat year over year, but you'll see property taxes at 6, investment income at 300, beach preservation fees at 11 million, hospitality at 1.4. So this is on our debt. So we've planned to pay 7.3 million of principal, right? Scheduled principal, 1.6 million this year on scheduled interest. Bank fees, 17.6, because we're anticipating some debt for beach renourishment. And you see anticipated debt costs at 2.4. And then we're also proposing to call beach preservation special obligation bonds this year at $7.4 million. As we talk about beach preservation and debt, that's not for this budget cycle, right? It's not for tonight, it's not for workshop, it's not for second reading, it's right after all of this. So I will bring you back an ordinance where you contemplate your beach preservation debt. We had that workshop as a follow-up from it, so that you can give me some good guidance at first and second reading. So, but what we have put in the budget is the anticipated debt costs. I want to make sure I share that. So we've reduced property tax debt service millage from 5.5 to 5.1. Right here, 116 million in debt reduction from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 25. So that's just amazing of the decisions the town has made over time to pay the debt off at that pace. Also, an additional $14.8 million debt reduction is planned for 26, right? So our principal scheduled and are callable on a specific date when we can call it. Beach renourishment is budgeted at 100% cash right now, so the dollars are in the budget, so I don't have to come back to you and amend the budget. We simply have to agree, you all have to agree and on the strategy for funding and your debt versus cash ratio. The debt service fund balance currently has $14.8 million surplus in it. And so I would say over the last few years, the town council, if you look back at past budgets, have at times talked about potentially borrowing against the debt service millage that's there. This is a year to solve that. And so we can talk about this, but know this is in here, but we have to talk about this as soon as the budget is passed. I'll come back to you and talk to you about that fund balance reserve and using a short-term bond issue that may be responsible in fiscal year 26. All the bonds that were issued after Hurricane Matthew have been fully repaid, and we continue to improve our financial position. This is a schedule of our current outstanding debt. And you can see the final payments. You can see the balance after FY26 payments. And why I put this up here is to remind us that we still have a lot of outstanding debt, but over time, right, things are starting to mature. 2026, we paid off a couple of bonds this year. And right now, this series 2017B special bond, really it was a $30 million series, proposing to pay that off in this budget. You can see over time, total debt reduction, and we have reduced our debt in each of the last 7 years. Funding scenarios for beach, and so forgive me, this is a slide that we put in here late yesterday, simply to remind us that this beach renourishment funding, while isn't decided in the budget, 100% of the funds are in there, but debt funding will be considered at Finance and Administrative Committee June 24, right? So right after second reading of budget, Council first reading July, Council second reading August. And so at that time, we can start realizing, and I've heard Council, right, the 70-30, 60-40, we heard our financial advisors, there's somewhere in between we will land. But you can see that 70-30 has a fund balance policy of 20. And I'll get to that. I have proposed in this budget as a policy that we increase our fund balance our beach preservation fund balance from a minimum of 12 to 20 at this time. So you can see that it still accomplishes that, and so does 60-40. So again, those slides are just for a reminder that we're coming back at the schedule at the bottom right of your screen. Stormwater utility, $11.1 million revenue. We're using prior year funds for one-time projects, transferred to capital projects. Our rate remains at 150, so we haven't recommended to change the rate, although I know that in the future, if we do more, we're going to have to figure out rate as well as potential debt if we want to build projects sooner than later. With the proposed budget expenditures, salary and benefits, operating, all of those really remain almost flat, if not the same. But what you see a large difference of is 1.1 million into the CIP stormwater program of 6.3, right? So 1.18 last year, 6.35 this year. So of the stormwater expenditures, 57% is going to projects. We'll get into this more at workshop, but I do want to draw our attention that we are covering salaries and benefits, operating costs, monitoring, inventory and modeling, POA and public system corrective maintenance, routine maintenance and contingency, pump station maintenance, stormwater depreciation, interest and fees, transferring dollars to general fund for staff, And then new in the CIP this year are more projects. So transfer from stormwater for stormwater corrective and maintenance, active drainage agreement partner, corrective maintenance projects reimbursement. So there's $2 million of those dollars for reimbursements. And I think that's been some of our standing flat-footed in prior years, not being able to reimburse faster because the projects don't score higher. We're changing that system around a lot and really aligning the budget so we can come share that with you at our upcoming workshop. We have a compliance with our water quality program, our LMO, as well as our MS4 permit. We maintain ponds, street sweeping, channel maintenance. Funding through this is also for our resilience plan and our resilience initiatives. Our corrective program is across the island. And here's where it's getting into corrective maintenance improvement projects, $1.8 million. And we started to identify some of our work, as well as laying some dollars out there for reimbursements for those projects. Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood CDC Corporation, Community Development Corporation, we know that's a standalone fund. Prior year, South Carolina grant, $2.9 million. Beaufort County grant, still some residual dollars and some investment income for a revenue of $3.2 million. And most of this is funded, as you can see, from the South Carolina earmark that we received a few years ago. You see the operating, personnel benefit operating, more or less the same. And you'll see this year, the grants and incentive loans, capital outlay, and land acquisition, and some contingency in that budget. Here's some highlights. I will say that I think some of the greater highlights are Thomas Boxley working on a technology-driven, innovative wayfinding program on some technology and signage as it respects our culture and our history, and then services for property owners impacted and in historic neighborhoods, and particularly on the Stony corridor. And then through Thomas, really through the CDC board, this budget was presented, and they have dollars in here for professional services for architecture, engineering, and construction, as well as design permitting for either a reno or construction of CDC space this year. And you'll see that in the capital outlay and land acquisition account. Housing is more or less the same as last year. You see $3.9 million budget. Our revenues were salary and operating from general fund. You'll see state aid tax from prior year. You'll see prior year housing funds, and you'll see prior year from ARPA grant. And the way that is distributed is the North Point Public-Private Partnership, $1 million, and that's been remaining in there through the development agreement. We have $1 million responsibility to our partner. I'm pleased to announce that we recently received our coastal zone consistency, AKA our land disturbance permit for North Point. That's been one of the next steps. And as well, you will be looking at the North Point rezoning map and text amendment soon. So I anticipate that this project will be under construction by year's end. Those $1 million have been earmarked for a couple of years for that reason. In the same way, we started to line up the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization with capital project money funds, as well as the Bryant Road Public-Private Partnership. I'll be upfront about this. We are eager to get on with that Bryant Road project, but we've been working pretty diligently on North Point. So what did I do? There we go. There we go. We have in this budget as well, Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust dues for 2 years of payment, personnel, and some operating costs. This text describes those expenditures. And then last but not least, we have in this budget, you will see as one of your attachments, it's an attachment to an ordinance. It calls out some of our major funds where I think I believe it's the year that we really assess and push on some of our fund balance expectations. So you can see all of our operating reserves, capital reserves, special purpose reserves, right? So total reserves of more than $200 million. We have a policy that shows 40 to 55% of a proposed, right, low to high of your general fund balance. And so we're above that, as I shared with you. We do not have a fund balance policy for housing or CDC. We do not have one for stormwater, and I would tell you that over time, it grew to 16.6 for different reasons. Are we keeping up with the work? Do we have enough staff? Are we focused more on one big project and not a whole bunch of others that we can keep up with? Are we reimbursing quick enough? But as we start to draw down on that, and I shared with you the utilization of that fund balance this year, I do recommend, and again, for discussion tonight and or at workshop, a $5 million reserve in there, a just in case account. And we can talk about that, really, which is 12 months of revenue. Fireman's fund, capital projects, road usage, there's no proposed minimum. Real estate transfer fee has a minimum of $1 million, and I'm proposing to leave it the same. We have 11.2 reserved in there. I should say accrued in there. Beach preservation fee, you can see $12 million, a proposal up to 20. That's an 18-month revenue. It increases the minimum balance. And so we're still able to do this, we're still able to improve 12 to 20 as we get ready to renourish the beach at any scenario you all have directed me and guided me to think through. We do not have a hospitality tax fund balance. I propose that we put one. It's a 6-month revenue. And then natural disasters. Every year, I remember past council members asking, is that money there? Almost wanting to see, let's go make sure it's there. So the $20 million that we have talked about as a natural disaster reserve, increasing that simply aligned with actual right now at 37, but a minimum of 36, and to continue to grow that. We are starting to realize that over time, FEMA's making different decisions. We have risk, and I would call it financial anxiety, not wondering what FEMA will or will not do. I've seen some correspondence from FEMA recently, starting to line up differently with what they reimburse for. And so in the budget, I think a big step, a $16 million increase and an $8 million increase in our funds to plug into and pledge into those reserve accounts is appropriate and responsible at this time. So there's your budget, 174.7. It's a $3.8 million overall. General fund went down. Some people went up, operating decreased, and beach renourishment is our major project this year with a property tax reduction.
All right, thank you, Mr. Orlando. Next, we'll open up the public hearing for the proposed ordinance adopting the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year 2026, ending June 30th, 26. Is there anyone who would like to speak during this? Kim, do we have somebody signed up?
I've got one comment. Mr. Beasy, Richard Beasy.
Good afternoon, Richard Busy, Indigo Run. The Hilton Head Island residents who work full-time, once again, are being disenfranchised because of the afternoon meeting times for the town budget. At least one public meeting on the budget should be held anywhere from 6 to 8 p.m. to provide an opportunity for Hilton Head residents who work full-time a chance to express their views to the town council. They are as important as those residents who are retired. How can you in good conscience deny residents who work full-time a voice before the town council? You may recall that I talked about meeting times a while back, but like most public comments expressed here, nothing happened. I mentioned that I asked the mayor why the meeting times were always at 3 p.m. His response was simply, well, that's the way it's always been. That's an unacceptable response. Approval of the town budget is one of the most important things you do as a town council, and to deprive Hilton Head residents who work full-time an opportunity to be heard is a disgrace. Apparently, since the mayor sets the agenda and he doesn't view this issue as important, I have a solution. Take a cue from the Beaufort County Board of Education. For the most part, I'm not a fan of how they do business, but there is one thing they do that could be adapted by the town council. They provide board members at the end of every meeting a chance to request future topics. Now, the chair is not required to add those items to the agendas of future meetings, but usually does. This move would provide all council members an opportunity to be more involved and would be truly democratic, small d. This issue should take all of 15 minutes or less to resolve. Put the issue of meeting times, including meetings on the budget, on the agenda, and take a vote. And to quote the mayor, it would give all of you a chance to show some love to those residents who work full-time and are unable to attend 3 p.m. meetings. It's quite simple. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisky.
That's all we have.
Second call. Okay, so the hearing is now closed. So now we have a consideration of an ordinance adopting the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year 2026, ending June 30th, 2026. Do we have a motion? Do we take a motion, right? Yeah.
Yes, I move
Ready
it.
for that?
I move adoption.
Second.
Get a first and second. All right. Mr. Orlando, I first want to thank you for putting out the budget early to the residents so they had a chance to review it prior to today. I think that is excellent, and it is true transparency. So thank you for that. Comments from council? Ms. Becker?
Sure. Well, a couple things. I have already expressed my feelings about the budget. It's a great job, Mark. I think this is the first time I'm going to vote yes on your budget coming out of the gate. So I'm impressed. It really is it's a good budget. Some of the language within the narratives, not including your statements, but the rest I would rather see written differently. But the numbers and what we're doing as a town and the stability, the financial stability that we have and opportunities for us in the future, even under those guidelines, is incredibly impressive. Thank you for your leadership on that. And I'd also like to request at this time that we do include an evening budget hearing, as it's been mentioned. And it hasn't always been that we met at 3:00 in the afternoon. In fact, prior to, I guess it was 18, the town council meetings were later in the afternoon. So in this particular case, for this purpose with regard to the budget, while it's able to be seen and read online, I think the opportunity to have folks come in person to address us is important. And I'd ask that we include an evening or late afternoon meeting time for that purpose.
Just for clarity, so everybody is aware that I did have that conversation with Mr. Orlando prior to this meeting, so thank you. Other comments? Ms. Tunner.
Hello. My focus on town finances is to be financially secure, transparent, to spend our tax dollars efficiently and effectively, and work on process improvement. And I believe that what was presented today shows that we're on the right path with a proposed budget. It is clear that the town is financially secure. There is validation through our bond ratings, our financial audit, debt reduction, and our exceeding our reserve standards. And this budget will improve upon that by implementing additional reserve standards by key funds while maintaining strong fund balances, of which I'm in full support. There's always the opportunity to improve transparency, and as Mayor Perry mentioned, having all the materials available to the public in advance is a big step in creating that transparency. Laying out the CIP and defining what is considered maintenance versus discretionary projects provides transparency and a better understanding of the continued obligations we have to maintain our properties versus the discretionary investments we want to make to improve our community. Identifying resource support needed for various funds provides additional transparency about the internal costs to support those areas. Although the budget is still large at $174.7 million, we must and should recognize that it includes the cost of the beach renourishment, which is done every 8 to 10 years at a cost of $47.5 million. Excluding beach renourishment, the budget is $127.2 million, which is a move in the right direction. A $2 million reduction in our property taxes is another move in the right direction, while we continue to support our town operations and invest in our future. It reflects a reduction in our general fund budget and the continued management and reduction in debt. I also believe on focusing on better defining our processes, and such as affiliated agencies and tax grants, to ensure better focus and effectiveness of our taxpayer dollars. And this is an area that we can continue to improve on moving forward. Paying off the $7.5 million in the remaining debt on our prior beach renourishment is a sound decision and better aligns our current revenues and expenses. And I personally appreciate the time that was spent by the town manager and his staff. As you know, I ask a lot of questions. And we had the opportunity to go through the detail over several meetings. You answered my questions and you made revisions based on the feedback, which is what I see today. And I look forward to the opportunity to dive into more detail during the upcoming workshops and make changes if necessary. So as I said, I believe this proposed budget is a step in the right direction, and I look forward to more detailed conversations over the next few weeks.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And, I echo the comments of our colleagues here as far as gratitude to Mr. Orlando with the preparation of this budget. You always say, I'm going to present a balanced budget. And I interpret balance a little differently than the revenue coming in and the expenditures going out matching, okay? As we celebrate a potential decrease in millage, I want to just remind us all that that is because we have very healthy other revenue sources. And we have to be mindful that we continue to keep those revenue sources healthy in our decision-making, okay? So I too appreciate the opportunity for us to have further discussions over the next couple of weeks. And yes, if we can change the time, I'll be more than happy to support that as well, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that I'm most impressed about this budget is, although it's a reduction, but we're not reducing in investing in what we value. That's the most important piece, okay? So one thing I'd ask Mr. Manager as we slow down and go through this at the workshops, when we're having discussions around the reserve potential adjustments, the housing fund at the moment does not have a recommendation as far as reserve is concerned. And I just want to remind us all that when we started that fund, we didn't have projects to align with it. It was a council decision to put money towards housing and develop the plan afterwards. And if we're going to continue to be supportive of that initiative, I think we need to talk about having some type of reserve. There are initiatives that we have had over the last few years, like home and safety repair, sewer connections, which are essential to housing as well. And those were brought forward through grants outside of the town. And I think if we are forcing ourselves to have a reserve policy around housing, it then forces us also to look for alternate revenues, okay? So those are my comments for today, Mr. Mayor. Looking forward to the discussion next couple weeks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bryson.
Sir, thank you, sir. I also echo thanks to Mr. Orlando and his team for this budget. I support it. And am glad to see the reduction in millage. It's actually the second time since I've been on town council to see a reduction in millage. The first one was after reassessment, and I certainly advocated for that. And I also am pleased that we have a public hearing at the beginning of the budget process. When I was a member of the public hearing was held during the second reading of the ordinance. And I often wondered, why in the world would you have public input at the very end, sometimes even after the motion on the second reading? And so thanks for us to move that, to have a public hearing, two of them, one at the beginning and one at the end. So I'm glad for that transparency as well. I'm also very pleased to see the reserve funds policy in one place. Before, I know I asked this, where's the policies on different reserve funds? And I was told it's in lots of different places. So I'm very glad to see it in one place. I'm interested in the suggestion by Mr. Brown for reserve for the housing fund as well. But I'm glad to see it in one place so we can find it, and as part of the budget ordinance itself. And I support the increases that have been proposed for the reserve funds. Also, I'm glad to see the benefits for employees. We have great employees, and I advocate always for making sure that they're taken care of. The 4% across the board performance-based increase, the increases in insurance. We all know insurance keeps increasing individually and as businesses. So I'm glad to see that taken care of in this fund. I'm also happy to see an employee for the integrated pest management policy, so we can move forward with a truly organic treatment of our grounds. And then also, I'm glad to see another code enforcement officer. We certainly see the need for that. If you look at the, over 21,000 violations on the beach, that's just incredible. I think we've come a long way in our beach management. And I commend Mr. Orlando and his staff for moving forward in beach management. I'm hopeful that we won't have 21,000 violations in the future. Also, I'm very happy to see the large increase in stormwater projects. I've long advocated for a statewide would be also good, a townwide stormwater system, and we're moving towards that from that map that you showed and our agreements with various communities. And I know that we keep looking at that, and we have a great system for looking at requirements and determining when we can have agreements on that. Also, as you know, I've been a big advocate for having a resilience plan, and that's part of our strategic plan. And I was glad to see the slide on the resilience initiative and where the funding is for that. I'm also wanting to continue to support the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation. I guess we're nearing the end of the state legislative session for this year. I think it's May 8th, which is coming up this week. And I understand that Senator Davis has been requesting some additional funds for that CDC. And so hopefully we'll know soon if there's additional funding available for that Community Development Corporation. The other thing that I would note is the state has required us to change our business licensing procedure, and we don't yet know the impact on our budget for this coming year, but that's something that we know we're going to keep an eye on, as we do for all the various funds that support our budget. So we're going to be mindful of that, as well as the impact on all, like accommodations tax, et cetera, during this calendar year and the entire fiscal year to come. The last thing I would say is that I look forward to, as my colleagues have said, more detailed discussions, particularly with regard to the capital improvement program, and for the public to know more about what's included in this budget. But thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred.
I want to add my congratulations to the town manager and the finance staff. This is an awful lot of work to put in to get this all put together. And as the town manager indicated, it's not just lining up revenues and expenses, because where the dollars are allocated indicates what are our policy objectives. And so it really is a statement of what's important to us and which are the projects we're going to pursue. And in order to determine that, there has to be an awful lot of conversation between the town manager and the council, so that the dollars and the policy priorities line up together. One thing that I think is very clear is that the town of Hilton Head Island is very well off financially. We are able to do a lot of things that other communities around the state do not have the resources available to them to do that. And that part of that shows up in the bond ratings, which the three major agencies indicate what our borrowing situation is. It's really a statement of financial strength to have those very high bond ratings, financial strength of this community. For those who worry about dark clouds in the future, since we are a barrier island, it is comforting to me to know that we have a natural disaster resource that is being increased. At the same time, we have a substantial reserve in the general fund. And as a third measure, if we are struck by some types of disaster and have a need for very large amounts of funds, the capital expenditure budget can be abrogated for the time being. So for those who like to deal with what are the downsides, we are very well off in the event of a disaster. And we know something's coming, we don't know when. And finally, in terms of times of meetings, I have no objection to having evening meetings as long as they don't go beyond my bedtime.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Desmond.
Is that what, 7 p.m.? 7:30? Thank you, Mark. You've done a fine job for the public. I mean, this is months and months of work, not weeks. This is months of work, hundreds and hundreds of hours have been put into this with our town manager and our staff, and they've done a really great job. I really like the process of where you've pulled things into the column of what's happening now instead of stretching this budget over multiple years. It makes it a little bit hard to understand that way for some, and I think that's a great improvement. I've had the privilege of sitting in this position and watching the town grow from the 90s to now. I've approved budgets in the past that were much, much smaller than this budget, and as the town has grown, so has all of our experience, and so has our town manager's experience, and so I really commend you. It's an excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You know, several years ago, we worked on the comprehensive plan, and one of the things that was talked about was excellence, and that's what you have provided here today within your budget between you and your staff to make certain that it is spot on and is looking out for the best interest of our community. And I agree with everything else everybody else had to say today. So, you want to address?
I heard some feedback. We're prepared to answer a lot when we go into that first workshop. We can talk time. I would suggest if both workshops are going to be in the evening, let's just fix that time and I'll circle back with everybody so that we can get the message out soon. I would like to really say thank you to all of you, and definitely Adriana, Erica, Kimberly, Kim, as we call them, the Shawns, Kelly, Heather, and everybody. And most importantly, I say the department heads. So this was an interesting year to put a budget together where I knew, based upon initial feedback from finance, that we had to scale back. And it was a year we had to, in my opinion, find some dollars to continue to move forward, but also scale back. And every single department head that I worked with, Bob, Chief, Missy, Tom, everybody, Derek, well, except Derek, everybody was open-minded and Derek, and responsive to the economic trends and everyone's best interest at heart. So a special thank you to every single person involved with the budget.
All right, thank you. So with that, we have a motion on the table. We have a second. Ms. Bryson made the motion. I think Mr. Alfred seconded. I had competing between Ms. Becker and Mr. Alfred, so I'm not sure which was first, but all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0, unanimous. Next up on the agenda, we have a consideration of a resolution approving the purpose of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended. The issuance of not to exceed $855 million tax exempt bonds to be issued by the National Finance Authority for the benefit of Novant Health, Inc. with no financial obligation or liability, to the town of Hilton Head Island. Mr. Colon, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Town Manager. There is some good news. Neither in the Internal Revenue Service Code nor the New Hampshire State statute requires that this be the longest public hearing of the night, so. But
Thank you.
Mark did a great job. I've learned don't follow the fire department, and now I can't follow Mark in presentation, so. I have a request before the town from Hilton Head Hospital regarding improvements to be made at the hospital. The improvements are to be financed with revenue bonds to be issued by National Finance Authority. They're located in New Hampshire, and that's important to note. But as it's part of a larger financing for Novant Health facilities in 10 different sites in South Carolina and North Carolina. The financing of these 10 projects are being consolidated into a single revenue bond issue for financial efficiencies. And you can see the amount up on the screen of $855 million. They could help us pay for a few beach renourishment projects, I think, with that money. But anyway, in order for the interest on the bonds to be federally tax exempt through the Internal Revenue Service, as well as to comply with the New Hampshire statute that governs the National Finance Authority located in New Hampshire, a couple things have to happen. One, a public hearing must be held by one of the elected governing bodies having jurisdiction over the site of the bond finance project. And then following the public hearing, the government body adopts a resolution approving the financing for the project. This is a request that town council conduct a public hearing, which is what we're doing as we speak, for the hospital, and then following it, there's a resolution, obviously, that town council will consider authorizing the project. We have Joel Taylor here from Novant, also Sam Howell, his legal counsel, here to answer questions about any project-specific items that you may have. But this is required by the Internal Revenue Service to authorize for the tax exemption, and also through the New Hampshire state statute where the finance company is located to go through this process. I do want to reiterate, there's no financial liability or obligations as a result of supporting by a resolution this financing for Novant and the issuance of these bonds. I also want to point out that we talked many times with our bond counsel at McNair, with both Franny and her team. And then also Curtis, our town attorney, has looked at this and reached the same conclusion. There's no liability or obligation on the town. And I can answer any questions at this time, and I can also bring Joel and his legal mind up to answer any questions council may have.
Mr. Taylor, is there anything that you want to add or need to add at this time to make Sean look better?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Town Council. I'll be brief. Appreciate the willingness to hear us out on this. Locally, what you all can expect, about approximately $15 million will be dedicated to Hilton Head Medical Center over the next several years for capital improvement projects, notably early on new imaging equipment, as well as some minor construction projects in the facility itself. So, but appreciate the willingness to consider it. Happy to answer any questions you all may have.
We'll come to questions after we make the motion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. John, do you have anything else?
No, sir. I just do want to remind you it's a public hearing. And,
Right. Yep. So up next, we will have the public hearing for the consideration of a resolution approving the purpose of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, the issuance of not to exceed $855 million tax-exempt bonds to be issued by the National Finance Authority for the benefit of Novant Health with no financial obligation or liability to the town of Hilton Head Island. I'll now open the public hearing. Kim, is there anybody signed up to speak?
We don't have anyone signed up.
Okay, so public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion on the table?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. Discussion, questions?
Mayor, I'm familiar with this type of financing, and I support it.
Anybody else? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I just want to give Mr. Taylor some appreciation for their organization continue to have these investments in our community. And I wanted to just say out loud, not only you bring in better healthcare services here, but we are hopeful, and I'm speaking for me and the mayor because we've talked a lot about reducing the average median age of folks on Hilton Head by supplying good jobs for our local kids here on Hilton Head. Is probably the main reason why I'm going to support this. So thank you, sir.
Noted, yes, sir. Agreed.
Any other comments? Ms. Becker?
Just a question. So of $855 million, $15 million will be invested here on Hilton Head.
Approximately 30 million is dedicated to the energy plant at the hospital, and then 15 million for general capital. And then additional funds for coastal Carolina.
So all of the funds are staying within the region, within
The 855 are staying within North Carolina and South Carolina.
North and South Carolina.
Yes.
And how many town councils does it require you to,
I think 10
to get
is the number,
approval
but I'm
of?
looking at Sam because he's making the road show. I got to go.
Hi, Sam.
I got to come to Hilton Head and Jasper County. So.
It requires every local government in every jurisdiction where all of the hospitals are located in South Carolina, North Carolina.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that answer.
Okay. Any other? All right. So we've got a motion on the table, first and second for Ms. Bryson and Mr. Alfred. All those in favor of approving the resolution, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Mark, why couldn't you have been that? Never mind. We will move on to unfinished business. We have before us a second and final reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of an easement for ingress and egress to Cordillo Courts and the hedges encumbering real property located at 104 Cordillo Parkway, owned by the town of Hilton Head Island. This item was brought before town council on April 8th with a vote of 7-0. Mr. Cullen, do you have anything to add?
No, sir. Council approved this unanimously at first reading. There's been no changes. I'm here to answer any questions. This just provides clear legal documentation for the access.
Okay. Do we have a motion from council?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Alfred, Ms. Becker, any discussion from anybody signed up for public comment, Kim?
No, sir.
Okay. Discussion from council. Seeing none, we've got a motion by Mr. Alfred, seconded by Mrs. Becker. All those in favor of consideration of ordinance to authorize the execution and delivery of an easement for ingress and egress to Cordillo Courts and the hedges, please signify by raising your right hand. 7-0. Thank you. New business, moving on, we have the first reading of consideration of an ordinance to amend the town of Hilton Head Island budget for the year ending June 30th, 2025, to provide for the budget appropriations of the land acquisitions and certain other appropriations and commitments and the expenditures of certain funds to allocate the source of revenue for the said funds, and to provide for severability and effective date. Mrs. Burnett. Mouthful.
Good afternoon, town council members and members of our community. I'm here to seek your approval to amend the 2025 fiscal year 2025 budget. As you previously authorized, we have some land acquisitions that we have purchased in the last few months. 3 of them. The first one is actually the location of the land acquired at 69 Pope Avenue for $2.9 million. It is my understanding that there was a business there and Chiladas was there. So we purchased that land for 2.9. In addition to that, we are also purchased 26 acres utilizing real estate transfer fees for Mitchellville of $1.8 million. I want to make you aware of the $1.8 million we are expecting, or $993,000 from the county to offset the purchase of 1.8.
And lastly, we have purchased 1.98 acres of real estate in the Beach City Road area for the amount of $1.2 million. And this one also came from the real estate transfer fee. Again, I'm seeking for our town council to approve this land acquisition. This is under the capital improvement program. And this is to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Any public comment? Anybody sign up, Kim?
No public comment.
Thank you. Discussion from council. Seeing none, we've got a motion from Ms. Becker, a second from Ms. Bryson. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. 7-0. Moving on, we have the consideration of a resolution to adopt the Destination Marketing Organization of Fiscal Year 26 Marketing Plan, Budget and Industry Metrics. The plan came before the Finance Administrative Committee on April 29th with the direction to present to full town council. Ms. Ariana. No. Ms. Woolwine.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Town Manager. As you can see, I'm not Ariana Pernice, but I'm going to introduce her. You all have this in your packet. As you just mentioned, it was presented at ATAX, recommended up through to Finance Administration, and then of course, Finance Administration recommended approval of the budget here. So without further ado, now we'll have Ariana Pernice.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure being here. My name is Ariana Pernice, and I'm here to represent the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. I oversee the Visitor and Convention Bureau. I appreciate your time this afternoon. Just make sure. Are you going to? Yes, ma'am. This presentation, you just slide. Okay. The mouse, yes. So no presentation mode? Okay. Thank you. This microphone's fine. Sorry. Perfect. So as Heather mentioned, I have had the opportunity to present to the Accommodation Tax Committee as well as the Finance Administration Committee and now to yourself. So thank you for the opportunity. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon and we will work through this. So please stop me at any point if you have any questions or we can wait till the end. So we'll take a look back before we move forward. This is going to be a recap of our calendar year 24 based on us having those metrics available to us based on when this presentation and plan were due. And then it will also present to you the fiscal year 25-26 opportunity for us in terms of marketing the destination in the out markets. We always like to start with our DMO tourism approach and how we place tourism in the out markets. So it starts with a visit is a term that or a phrase that we often use. And I think it's important for us to visually see how we approach tourism in partnership with our community as well as with the town. We start in understanding and supporting the 20-year comprehensive plan. We support that with our 10-year management plan on tourism. We have also included our community cornerstone plan that was done in partnership with the town, many other entities within the community and beyond to make sure that we're thinking not just for today, but for tomorrow. We also have our internal annual marketing plan and a strategic plan is our 3-year plan. And then we also have our visitor and our community surveys that we do annually. So that is our approach, but we always are supported by our vision of being a welcoming world-class community, embracing nature, culture, and economic vibrancy for residents and visitors, with a mission to stimulate the regional economy while enhancing the quality of life for all. I think it's important that we always just kind of remind ourselves of how we're taking the approach to tourism and in partnership with the town and the community. We do that while also seeing through our values for the destination. These align with where the community also sits in terms of what we like to preserve, protect, and advocate for. Ecotourism, history, arts and culture, recreation, and wellness. I think the really great part about defining these and bringing these forward is that on a regular basis, whether that be through our quarterly reports or our annual reports or just our touch points with our community on any given time frame, we are able to pull forward our efforts within each one of these categories and talk to what we're doing to support those. So that's been a really great partnered effort. Who we're targeting when we're talking to the leisure traveler in the out markets, based on our 2024 visitor profile study, and then also in just terms of who we're going after and who we're targeting. We're looking for an affluent traveler, so anyone from a household income of $150,000 to $250,000. They're educated with an undergraduate degree or higher. They have a propensity to travel, taking 2 to 4 trips per year, and they love to stay on average 7 nights. Right now, we're seeing that it's really a shared decision in terms of who's making the decision for terms of travel in the household. And so this year, we just see it slightly higher with the male, but truly it is what we're seeing kind of across the scale is that it's a shared responsibility in the house. Everyone's kind of weighing in. And so who's making the final purchase decision kind of varies year to year, but we're seeing it more be shared at what we're seeing over the last few years. And then demographics and personas, how are we breaking down our efforts in terms of outreach? And we look at different segments. So weekenders, families, snowbirds, sports enthusiasts. We just look at different ways to bring the destination to life under these categories. It always looks a little bit bigger when we're on a smaller screen, but I apologize. I hope you can see this. But for age distribution versus income distribution, we just wanted to break that down for you. So what we're targeting versus what we're seeing actually within the market when they're traveling to us, that's the combined effort of things that we've talked about with using our Placer AI data versus our College of Charleston data that we do annually in partnership, and they really are similar. So it's good to see that those pieces are really combined and are bringing forward some of the same information as we work to find a way to bridge technology and real-time data such as Placer AI and our more traditional efforts with survey outreach.
All right, if I could ask
Yes.
on that one, it's so difficult to decipher the colors with the small colors to the side. If there's a way to have that represented at some point, so that it can be a little bit clearer and understand, because the greens are so close to each other.
Absolutely.
If there's a way to put that that shows that age, I'd be really interested in that.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may follow up.
I think they're just hard to see too. I apologize. So we'll work on that, Mayor, and we'll make sure that we bring it back. So I apologize for that. But what we're seeing is that we are garnering what we're reaching for. The difference that we are seeing is just slightly from, those who take a survey, a link on an email. We tend to see that skews a little bit younger in our age distribution, where in Placer, that's the real-time data tracking. What we are seeing is that it's an older age group.
I think Ms. Becker had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't want to interrupt you there.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So along that same line, there is another chart. It's back in the statistics that you give where it's a more linear graph type of chart that I had pulled out, but this one does the same thing. When we talked a couple of pages back about what the intention, those folks that you're trying to reach, the income level and the age, et cetera, right? 150 to 250, and the college graduate. The other charts, the one that you were just on, indicates that we might not be reaching that it's, it looked as though it's a younger age demographic and a less affluent demographic. And I've just had a question about that because that seems to be something that we've been trying to combat for the last several years, many years now. And what your thoughts on that are and what steps are being taken to move us further along to reach that more affluent traveler.
And just so I'm clear, you're just asking in terms of the income and age, why we're
Well,
skewing a little
specifically,
bit
those two
lower.
are kind of the
ones
ones that are right here.
right?
So
Okay. No,
I was just following up on the current conversation.
I
yes.
think they're great questions. I think that, we have our target of who we're going after. And then I think that there's opportunities for us in how we're receiving our research. And we have kind of two ways in which we're really going after those opportunities right now. We have Placer AI, which all of us have been a part of and seen, and it's really real time and great. And we're doing the College of Charleston, which is the survey intercept. And so we have a traditional versus real-time, technology-driven piece. And what we're seeing is there's a nice blend. And so I think we have to look at, there's always a different way to interpret the data. So we have that one piece of it. And then the second is, even though we are reaching for that 150 to 250, when we look at that 250, it is such a small amount of the US population. I think when we originally started talking about the higher income, household income, I said, I think this was a few years ago, we said 16% of the US population. When we were first talking about this for this coming effort, it's less than 8% of the US population at the 250 or higher. And so when we're casting our net and we're going after that desired household income and we're giving them all the other opportunities that they have to travel these days, consideration of the recession or, concerned about their opportunity to really go anywhere. We just are battling a few different things. And so we are a consideration, but we have to continually fight to be relevant in that conversation. And I do think what we are seeing is that we are garnering a very high household income and that we aren't not getting the 250. It's just not the biggest segment that we're getting. And so we will continue to work towards that and adjust our copy and adjust where our imagery and adjust our efforts into how we're targeting those household incomes. And I think we saw that with some of our placer stuff when we, the research that we saw when we talked about the communities in near Lake Michigan. Remember when we were looking through that? And we targeted like right down to the neighborhood, and we can go, okay, that's great, real time. We can be nimble with our efforts and adjust our outreach efforts and target those markets. So I think we're there and we're getting there and we're constantly trying to understand how we can reach those consumers.
How does this 5% represent, how does that compare to the last year or two with regard to that level of income?
And I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, is this right here, this
No,
5%?
it's the rust color next to the left of that,
Okay.
or from my left anyway.
5%, thank you.
How does that compare to last year or the year
I would have
before?
to go, I'm sorry, I don't have that data, but I can pull that for you.
I think it's only important because as we look at the marketing effort,
growing?
right?
Yeah.
We want to see whether or not we're actually compare the efforts being made to the success that you're having overall. But anyway, and there is another chart that I found really much easier to read. It's
Yeah,
further in the
I think we might go
document.
to columns.
Yeah, they were columns. Yes, that's the word I was
We got some
searching
columns
for.
coming up later, so hopefully that'll help us. But yes, great question.
Since you brought up the University of Charleston surveys, I
College of
figure
Youth.
I'll take an opportunity to talk about my concern. I'm concerned about the viability of their profile survey. If you look at the number of completed surveys, it declined by 64% this last year. The prior year, they had 2,900 respondents, and this year only had 1,040. And there was a significant shift in the demographics as well to much younger and lower incomes. And so my question would be, do we know why less people are responding? Is it that they're not providing their email when they're on the website, or is it a lower response rate? So for example, the number of people responding as day trippers was 23. And so we're using that data, about how much money they spend and extrapolating it to an economic input on a very small number. And the number of international travelers was 19. So what are your thoughts about the viability of continuing to use this moving forward and what's causing the significant decrease in the number of respondents?
That's a great question. Thank you, Councilman Tunner. I think the opportunity is, we're living real time, the opportunity to merge, where we are from a technology standpoint into more traditional research efforts. And I think what you're seeing now is that we're trying real time to blend those efforts. And so we are in constant contact with College of Charleston and trying to understand their efforts and what they're doing to bring in more of a tech savvy, tech approach to their research efforts beyond just the survey intercepts that we traditionally see, like you see today. And then we have our Placer AI efforts, which are great, and we've all kind of reviewed those and looked at those, but they have limitations as well. And so what we're seeing is in this effort, we compared, the best we could, because they're not apples to apples. We took what Placer was showing for age distribution and then income distribution, and we compared them to the economic impact visitor profile study efforts, and they are comparable. They're not completely, other ends of the spectrum from each other. So we are getting the information and showing that, even when we're tracking you by your phone or someone is willing to take the survey, which definitely skews to be a younger individual versus an older individual who would take the survey on a phone or a computer. So we're seeing that blend, but our efforts in the next phase of this is how do we continue to challenge and push our partners to think more innovatively, and that's not the right word, to be innovative in the process when they're talking about research. And so those meetings have been scheduled, and we're taking that proactive approach to work with our partners to do that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very important because it's a lot of really great information and questions that we ask, and we're leveraging that information in many ways. And we want to make sure that the data that we're receiving is robust enough for us to really make decisions upon.
Yes, ma'am. Now it goes faster, okay. Make sure that was the right one, okay. And we have that always-on approach. We talk often about how a consumer digests media and brands, and it's this always on. We have less than 3 seconds to have an impact with a consumer and our potential visitors here. And so imagine as we're trying to rise to the top, how do we cut through the clutter of all other destinations, not just domestically, not just regionally, but internationally as well. Post-COVID, that world has drastically changed. We talk about 3 seconds. I often think that that's much shorter in terms of what we actually have, because we are just, our minds are kind of different today than they were pre-COVID, because we're, this and this and this. We have all these things on, and the decision time and having that recall opportunity with a potential visitor is so important to stay top of mind. So when they're actually able to think, hey, I'm going to take a vacation, I'm going to choose Hilton Head Island, we want them to be able to recall our brand. And so constantly having these tools in our toolkit on in some capacity, firing at different times, is key as we work through that process with keeping top of mind with our potential visitor. I love this slide because I think it allows me, one, to use my hands, which I love to do when I'm speaking. So I appreciate you allowing me to do that, but it's the casting of the net that allows me to kind of walk through this slide. So we cast a very wide net in terms of reaching out there with our brand, but we're constantly qualifying our potential visitors as we pull that net in, and we want to bring them through kind of the different parts of the funnel as we pull that net in closer and closer. So it's awareness, it's intent, and conversion. And the conversion component for us as a destination is to bring them to the partner as a qualified potential visitor. There's intent to travel, there's intent to want to come to a beach destination, there's an intent to want to do something within the next 3 to 6 months, if not a shorter time frame, because that also has shortened in terms of window. And we want to bring them in what we're calling a handshake, or clicking out to that partner in terms of their website and doing something there. And so that's how we get there. We're casting that net and pulling them through. So now that we kind of have the overall approach and understanding of how we take a look and we approach tourism for the destination, we want to look back at the calendar year 2024 performance. We're going to start with our website performance. Website performance is what we're calling our digital front door. Many other destinations have a brick and mortar, a physical location in terms of that's the one place that they welcome and you stop in and you go there. We do have that in terms of our offices, but we have really the backbone of HiltonHeadIsland.org that is kind of a visual welcoming piece for the destination and can be accessed anywhere in the world. What we're seeing, and why you see two, both a laptop and a phone, is because most are consuming all brands on their cell phone. And so this past year in 2024, we had over 3.3 million visits, and we created over 1.5 million handshakes or connections to our businesses here on the island. But how do, I forgot, these are my bar slides. Councilman Brown and others had asked that we kind of give the effort of what does it look over the last 5 years. And so this is our first effort in bringing that forward in one of our presentations for this piece. I know we often look at this for some of our financial efforts in the DMO metric book, but this is one that kind of will break this down for each segment of the reporting. So as you'll see here, in our visits, those are people coming to the HiltonHeadIsland.org website. That's in the blue, and then our handshakes out are in green. So that really speaks to the 5 years and seeing that growth.
And Adrienne, all of these visits are specifically related to visits to Hilton Head. and not stays within the Bluffton, the town of Bluffton.
These
So
are
all of
just
these
to Hilton Head
statistics are
Island.
specifically driven by, because I know in a lot of the narrative, there were specific places where, or one or two, where it said that Hilton Head numbers were being reported, but a lot of other areas seem to combine both Hilton Head and Bluffton in terms of numbers, et cetera. And I just want to make sure that when we look at this information and we're thinking about the dollars that come from Hilton Head, that it is indeed bringing and tracking visitors to Hilton Head and staying in and on the island, in our residences or hotels or timeshares, et cetera, and on the island.
It's a
So
great
that's
question. Yeah,
correct.
so all of this reporting is based on people that came to hiltonheadisland.org, specifically those funds that we use to promote the website, all of our digital and social ads that are out there to promote. All are tied to just the town of Hilton Head Island budget that's allocated to us as the DMO. So the visits you see here are the visits for people who were seeking the destination, whether they directly input hiltonheadisland.org, whether they found an ad of ours and clicked on it. They are accessing it through some way, shape, or form of wanting and seeking, searching some kind of broader term on Google. And they found us, and this is how they came to hiltonheadisland.org. And then the green is they searched and they actually did something beyond just landing on the overall website. They went a step further beyond searching around on our website. They went a little bit further and they clicked out to a partner. So they stated they wanted to find out more information from this excursion company, from this restaurant, from this hotel, so on and so forth, but all within Hilton Head Island.
I want to just make an additional comment. So during F&A, we talked about this a little bit, and I think it's important that we challenge Ariana and her team to look at this on a more seasonal basis, okay? We understand that during the summer, obviously the marketing efforts are not the same. The summer sort of takes care of itself. It's the shoulder seasons that we are definitely concerned about and making sure that our partners, as described in this slide, are healthy. So understanding what that ratio is during the shoulder seasons, I think helps us to get a better picture as to how our return on investment is. So we've asked that they dive a little deeper, okay?
Yes, sir. And I think that, not to change this presentation, but going forward, we'll work in our quarterly reports and have those opportunities to review kind of not only how that timeframe performed that we're reporting, but what is on the books as well moving forward, which will be great. And you can look at that both on hotel as well as home and villa.
And looking through the document, it continues to be, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall reading through the document, it continues to be our beaches and that drive people to the island. So that's why I guess most of the information is coming from the summertime.
Right.
Yeah.
Looking at our social media, social has played an interesting role over the past few years for all businesses. When you look at it from a destination standpoint, you're often taken back to what performs the best are these pictures that allow or videos that allow a potential visitor to dream. It's that snow globe that they're, mental snow globe that they get to bring with them and, turn on for a few quick seconds and say, gosh, I can't wait for my next trip, or I can't wait to go there. Where is that? And we see that the visual connection to our brand has meant so much and has allowed us to take that social audience, grow it year over year, and also convert them back over to the website to further investigate and fall in love with the places that they're seeing on social media and build that trip. So it's leading them from social media to a deeper content, might be a blog, it might be an itinerary based on the content they're seeing. So it's an exciting piece to see audience at 357, that's total audience, and that includes all those social channels that we talk about, which is Facebook, first and foremost, Instagram, Pinterest, and then we do engage on TikTok now, and we will continue to monitor where that goes. And then Twitter, we use more for real-time updates and kind of more for reporting of real-time updates, not for the kind of the social component for destination, as most people are approaching it that way. But you can see now on social, you'll see that growth year over year, which is fantastic, in that what we're able to do, again, is to build that deeper connection with the potential visitor, which is great to see. And Charlie Clark and her team with public relations has done an amazing job. So there's, two parts to our marketing efforts. We have the paid side, which is having the opportunity to use our own channels, Hilton Head Island's own channels, which are in digital and social, content pieces that live on YouTube, and we dive deeper into those to build brand affinity. But then there's also the paid partnerships that come along with using the qualified audiences of Condé Nast Traveler, Travel and Leisure, Smithsonian, Garden and Gun, Southern Living. But then there's also the earn side. When an editor falls in love with a particular portion of content that Charlie and her team are really bringing to the top, which might be something to do with arts and culture, our heritage, our culinary scene. So her team is constantly out working with editors of different publications to pitch those stories and have them resonate. And as you can see, she's done an amazing job, her and her team, and these are just a snapshot of things she was able to garner in 2024. So it's exciting to see that in partnership, we can work on both sides and bring those stories forward on behalf of the destination. The destination guide is the official vacation planner for the destination. We fulfilled nearly 59,000 of those, 58,549. I think the important part here for us is we work in this online digital world for 98% of our efforts. And when we're promoting the destination, and we have this one piece that, from a standpoint of having a piece of real estate, having a coffee table book that can live there all year long as a piece of real estate within a home to inspire and keep our brand top of mind is so important, because everything else is so quick, right? You see a social post, it's on, you see a blog, it's gone. But this piece, in our efforts to create a piece that's lasting, can and will sit on your coffee table or your counter. And we hope it's there for the year, and you're ordering your next one. So where do we have these placed outside of you walking in and receiving yours as you arrive onto the island? One is in our offices. You can also call or email and request that, and they'll be sent to your house. And or we have them at all of our state welcome centers across South Carolina that are all AAA offices. They're at both of our airports in Savannah, Hilton Head, as well as Hilton Head Airport. We take them to all of our media and public relation initiatives and all trade shows and events. As you see here, we give you the 5-year look, and what we're constantly monitoring from a fulfillment standpoint and an ordering standpoint is what's the right number. And so we order very early on. We are ordering, as an example, 2026 books. We are ordering that or making that commitment to a number based on last year's numbers very early on in the calendar year, if not just prior to going out for holiday, and adjusting that based on the needs that we have. So you can see we had 58. We're going into this coming year with 65 for 2026, and 2025 will be somewhat similar. So we're excited that we're able to manage that fulfillment and kind of the production of those books. So I think what we see here is that it's still a piece that's desired and people are requesting it, but we just want to monitor that more closely.
Yeah, I had a question on that one, and thank you for adjusting, moving forward, noticing the trend that less are being fulfilled and reducing your orders so that we don't have any waste, because I know that costs money to produce theirs. It's a beautiful piece of work. And I think you're right to call it a coffee table book. It is of that quality, and we just want to make sure that money is being spent that aligns to how many we need. So one of the things that I was expecting to see in the budget, which I know you're going to get to, is that that category of the vacation planner and fulfillment would have a lower expense number, and it's the same as last year. Mm-hmm. So I just had a question on why the budget is the same, knowing that you're going to be producing less volume.
For the record, Ray Deal, Controller at the Chamber of Commerce. That particular line item, a lot of the cost is a publishing cost, which actually go up a little bit. The printing cost itself will go down, and they even themselves out. Plus, when we did the high-level budget, it was back in February, March, and so we decided to see what, we decided before we made a decision on what we're going to place the order in 2026, we had to figure out where we're going to be. We thought we're going to be a little bit lower than where we were this year, but again, the publishing costs kind of offset the printing costs.
And I know when this, as long as there's a short break, when we talked about this at some presentation just not too long ago, those extras that are available, I think it made a suggestion that the the property managing companies, to drop them off there. Everybody flips through when you're staying at a place, whatever's there to read. And along with that, I was curious as to how is it decided which businesses are highlighted, which
Yes.
in each of the magazines?
That's a great question. We've chatted through that and explored different opportunities. So those are member-facing opportunities, but I think we also keep in mind that telling the right story in terms of making sure. So we have made exceptions in telling that deeper story, and in some areas where there isn't really a membership opportunity. So we kind of just take on each opportunity as it comes to us, and just making sure the content is accurate to accurately represent the destination.
So when you say membership, what do you mean? Can you just explain that a little bit?
Yes, so we are a membership-based organization. We're a division of the Chamber of Commerce, and so those are how we serve our members, in which we serve over 1,300 members in this community, to represent that book and beyond on the website and further. So to get the content, though, to where you and I were talking about it really is, are we telling the most accurate story? And we do take that into consideration when we're building those storylines and building out the content.
So I guess I was a little bit mistaken in my thinking then. I didn't realize that only members were highlighted through the direct marketing plans. And I just wonder if that's the best policy, given the fact that we are trying to stimulate all of the island and all of the businesses, and how those who can't or don't, for whatever reason, choose to be members are serviced by our tax dollars.
It's a great question. And the accommodations component, to clarify, all accommodations in terms of who provide or pay into accommodation tax are represented, and they're in the book. So that is, by state law, we have to do that. And so they're in there. So that is 100% every single person on the island who has, from a hotel or home and villa standpoint.
So if we look through the last couple of years, we'd find members and non-members.
Within, yes, in certain aspects. So the directory should encompass all of those, because that's the component where we put them all. And then if there's advertising or pieces that live in the front of the book, those are the paid opportunities.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yes. Ready? And so we're looking back at the performance numbers, combined home and villa report with hotel, And so what we're seeing for 2024 is that our occupancy was down by 4%, but our average daily rate, ADR, was up by 1%, but it left us with slightly down 23 versus 24 at 173 RevPAR. And when we talk about, well, why did that happen? We're seeing, just kind of some of those post-COVID, impacts. Things are normalizing. What does that look like now? People have, the world is open, people have choices. We've often talked about how do we maintain what ADR, the average daily rate, looks like going forward. When we were during COVID, we were seeing $800 on a Tuesday. Is that realistic as we move forward? Right now, what we're seeing, I think, is the right siding of that, and we're getting the average daily rate to be a little bit more realistic of where it was in 18 and 19.
Sorry, Ms. Bernice. Not to prolong all the discussion here, but do we know what our experience is so far for 2025? Any data that we know of for 2025 yet? I know it's not, we're just in May, but do you have any data? the
So,
trend?
Yes, and so we were talking about with the, on the books, which was great versus how we're seeing the reports come out about 3 weeks at the month close. So March was a little lighter for us, but April really looked great. So what we're seeing is that we had somewhat of a softer March if you compare it to last year's March, but April really came in and we're seeing May look even stronger. So I think that's a good indicator for us. But what I think is the bigger conversation is the booking trends, right? So what we were traditionally used to is 6 months out or 3 months out, someone making their decision to travel, and that would be what we considered on the books because they've made the hold purchase of that. That time frame has shortened. What we're seeing, quite frankly, is like 3 weeks. Someone's making that decision to travel, which is interesting, right? And it's harder to forecast. It's harder to plan against somebody who's making a decision 3 weeks in. And so our opportunity is really to communicate that out to our community partners such as hotels and home and villas to understand like, okay, how are we gonna approach that? Knowing you're trying to look historically back and make a plan, but you're not gonna see that on the books until much closer in than you've anticipated. And so those are just some constant real-time conversations that we're having in terms of what they're seeing and how we can help them and bring that information forward.
Do you get data from there's a local association of short-term rental companies? Do you get data from them as to what's going on for this summer?
We talk with a bunch of our members. We use Key Data as one of our platforms that we pull of our information in for home and villa, and that also works for us for hotels as well. Previous to hotels, for that we used Star, and that is changed, and now we have both running through Key Data. And then we find that many of our partners are on that same platform, so they can see their individual business, but we can see it from an island-wide perspective, and then compare that to different areas, which is nice.
More of a nation or regional data source, okay. Right.
Yes, but everybody on the same, or majority, I should say, on the same system, which then helps have a real-time conversation about what they're seeing versus what we're seeing.
And I just have another question, if I may. So because it's a combined home and villa and hotel report here, I have a couple of questions, and I'm recalling also some of the later data and statistics that was in the packet that we had. And the first question is what we're looking at, are these statistics then only statistics based out of those who are members?
No, it's everyone.
It's everyone.
Right.
So of the homes and villas, for instance, of the 7,000 plus homes and villas that the town has permitted, how many reports in terms of average daily or weekly rates and all of the rest are you gathering information from?
I'd have to go back and check the data to give you a specific number, but we are pulling, from my understanding and what I just looked at recently, it's a majority of all the bigger home and villas, and then we can see in our reporting all of the, we've shown the map one time where you can see all the different home and villas that are available on the island.
And I'd be interested in knowing how many of those are members. And then as I recall looking at the chart, homes anyway, I think it was listed as homes and villas, but either way, their average daily rate was lower. And all of the various categories on where they spent money, visitors were spending money on the island, seemed to be highest in the hotel report. The average nightly rate was higher, and the categories where visitors were spending money on the island, groceries, restaurants, entertainment, all of the, the list that's there, they were all higher for those who stay in a hotel. I don't know if you find that significant, but it was interesting to me. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
I think it's something we can definitely look into. I don't have that data in front of me right now, but I'm happy to look into it with you. And I think, again, when we're looking at home and villa or hotel product, we're not looking at it from a membership lens only. We're looking at that from the entire island's perspective. So I just want to be really clear about that we're not not including some and including some others. Everyone is included in those reports. We see all that detail. So when we're making suggestions or recommendations, those are based on kind of an island-wide performance within the category. And I think the opportunity is really, how do we work with that information? Because it's changing so real time, to bring that information forward to our partners, community partners, right? Because I think, an occupancy or ADR level doesn't just impact one segment, right? It doesn't just impact a home and villa, or it doesn't just impact a hotel segment. It impacts all of the secondary and tertiary touch points that come along with that, as you're seeing in that report. So we're bringing that information real time to our partners, and seeing how they're being impacted, not only for a quarter that we're looking at, but what's on the books going forward.
Right. I think it's important that, as I recall, looking at the chart and pointing out that it's the hotel visitors who are paying a higher rate and spending more money in a variety of different categories, that we think about that, because within the mission statement, right, the quality of life for all, the homes and the villas tend to impact the quality of life for all on the island a little bit more drastically. So if the return on investment within that category isn't as significant as it is within a traditional hotel or resort, I think that's something to look at in terms of what we're doing. And the other thing from that page that I wanted to highlight, that was the mission. I think on the vision, I appreciated language is very important. And you used the words that I think we all should be using on Hilton Inn, and that's world class. And I wanted to thank you for that.
And what I'm taking away from that is that we'll break those out for you. So you can see combined, and then home and villa and hotel separate as we move forward.
Yeah, no, it's broken out fairly clearly. I think the discussion behind it is significant.
Okay.
And I'd also like to see timeshare as well.
Mm-hmm.
Timeshares are on that list.
They're on
it's
that
like the
list
third
segment,
over,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Columns, but I think they're still a little small. So we'll work on bringing those out. But again, breaking out each segment, occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR out by the 5 years, and we can see the adjustments. If we're looking at the purple line, for occupancy, we're at 55%, down from 59% in 23. And again, average daily rate up from $299 to $313, but then bringing it down just slightly from $177 to $173. So again, the bigger conversation is, what is the economic impact of those visits, right? Whether it be for a hotel or home and villa, how are they digesting the destination? They're choosing to travel to us. They're choosing to invest in our community, to reach beyond just their home and villa or their hotel and engage at a deeper level. And their impact is over $3.72 billion, up 17%. But our visitation is down 4.6%. So we've had many of those conversations over the years. We have less, but they're investing more, which we like to see. And this, just for clarification, is the impact that tourism to Hilton Head Island brings to Beaufort County. So I think that's important to know how significant tourism is in terms of an economic driver for our area. And if you look back at economic impact, it continues to grow year over year from 2023 at $3.61 billion to $3.72 billion. So we are seeing that steady growth year over year. And we continue to report out on how they're digesting the destination and those deeper breakouts you see in the visitor profile study.
So I had a question regarding the point that you were making on the next slide that said that it was
No, back.
economic impact based on tourism, Hilton Head to Beaufort County. So the $3.72 billion isn't just a Hilton Head number.
Right, it's thinking about indirect and direct, right? So we have to take into consideration not just the Smith family coming and taking their trip here and digesting just beyond their accommodations and into all the other places, but it is also how we are employing people for tourism here. And that's directly, that's the grocery stores, the indirect, which would be the hospitals. It could be that we've hired somebody, an event company is coming to fulfill a request here on the island. That's indirect. So what we're having here is that global impact of 3.72 from all touch points. But it's happening here on Hilton Head. That's why those businesses are serving, and they're being called from upstate to come down here, or coming over from a bordering state to bring in the opportunity that is considered in part of the economic impact. We did break it down as it shows in the deeper report of visitor profile study. We have it broken down by segment. And again, what we're looking at is the visitor versus their direct spend in that segment. So we can see here that, what we're looking at home and villas, their direct spend, though there was less of them for the home and villa rentals, I think I said hotels, but home and villa rentals was down 9%, direct spend was up by 8%. Hotels and resorts down by 6%, but up in their spend by 18%. Second homers, non-paying guests, it was down 3%, and they did have more of their direct spend down, but I think we've seen that go up and down every year, just based on their time to travel here, so in their investment. But day trippers, again, that number's down, but their direct spend, quality of the day tripper has gone up in terms of their spend if we're judging it by their spend investment. So I'm glad that we get to break it down into those segments because I think it gives us better clarity of who is traveling to Hilton Head Island and how are they digesting the destination. Any other questions on the 2024 performance before we move forward? So as we look at forward into fiscal year 25-26, what we see is some of our same travel trends, global travel trends, have really stayed with us and continue to be top of mind as people pick travel. Again, remember that household conversation for travel. People are thinking globally about wellness, sustainable travel, active travel, passion travel, jet-setting travel, and slow and culinary travel. So what we're looking for is what does that mean to us? Remember, we have our 5 pillars that we have agreed upon and we just carry through in our community as well as when we promote tourism. How do we bring these trends and are they all appropriate? Do they all apply to us? And so we've taken little snippets of each one of them and really had to tie them back to how they work best for us. And so, as we work through those occupancy and those deeper dives into the seasonal travel, knowing that we really do focus on dispersion of, visitors throughout different timeframes of the year and working on the shoulder and off seasons to make sure that we're filling those as best possible. Our destination goals have remained the same, but the efforts underneath them, we continue to chart towards, and those might adjust slightly here and there, depending on how we've progressed through the goal. So we meet as a marketing council, which includes town staff, and they help us support these 5 goals and talk through each one of these onto a deeper level of a 3-year kind of effort of making sure that we're meeting these goals. So connecting the marketing promise with the on-island experience. So what we're promoting out in our efforts in the out market, are they able to experience it when they get here? First and foremost, we want to make sure that when we're promoting the destination that we're creating an understanding of and respect for our delicate ecosystem. We've had an opportunity to bring forth Making the Promise. Making the Promise is an opportunity to leave nothing but your footprint here in our destination when you travel, to have the same vision and respect that we do when we visit our beaches and any other touch point of our island. And I think when we make that promise, it goes beyond just talking about one season or one of our little friendly animals. It allows us to encompass all of the destination. And so that program, that initiative has been really helpful for us to make sure we're encompassing all of our efforts here in the destination. We spoke briefly about diving deeper and discovering and exploring our destination. So again, we have touch points on the island that people are familiar with, that they've been coming to and going to for years, and we're saying that's great. But let's get out and explore a little deeper. Let's take a left instead of a right and take a longer bike ride or explore a new beach, or discover a new restaurant that they haven't gone to, or a new part of the island and go out on an excursion. So we're constantly building out itineraries and suggestions for families who've been here and been traveling with us for generations or new to our destination. We're constantly working on building brand awareness, making sure that we stay top of mind. That's a very important thing to do because it so quickly leaves. I think we have to make sure that we're constant drumbeat to our potential visitors. We're enhancing leisure and group business through qualified visitation. So post-COVID, where does meeting in groups stand? Meetings in groups have been in a very interesting spot for quite a while. People weren't traveling for meetings and groups post-COVID right away, but now we're seeing that they're back and our hotels are really out, making sure that they're seeking that business to come into their hotel and making sure that they're filling those spaces. And we're there in lockstep to help support them and adjust our copy and our initiatives and outreach as well. So we do that with this approach, our website and social media, digital advertising and media partnerships, our PR and group travel, international marketing and vacation planners. So this grid here really showcases how we're approaching the different segments of business for our marketing and PR efforts. This is a general suggestion of how we approach our fiscal year in terms of promotion campaigns, content themes. We've put some traditional media placements, again, using the traditional media placements such as a Condé Nast Traveler, again, for their readership base. It's a qualified readership base. They're engaged with us. They have an affinity for us. And then we're just jumping into that conversation. We've built a relationship with them. Same with Garden and Gun and other Smithsonian, other magazines.
Sorry, Ms. Denise.
Yes.
Can you stop there for a moment? I know we were talking about the shoulder season earlier, and then I asked at Finance Administrative about the connection to a lot of our local festivals. So just looking at this chart, I'm looking at November, December, there's the Seafood Festival, the Wine and Food Festival, Crescendo, Oyster Festival, Lantern Parade. So there is a connection between your marketing and our local festivals, and it's good to see that in this timeline. And in January, February, I see some of the Foodie February. I didn't know there was such a thing. I apologize. And then Hilton Head Piano Competition, I'm familiar with that. Restaurant Week, Darius Rucker Golf Tournament, just to name a few. So I like to see in those shoulder seasons the connection with our local events. So I think that's helpful to see.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. Yeah, and they are huge draws, and it gives a consumer, a potential visitor, a reason to think differently about the destination, how to explore it differently. So they're great partnerships, and we're excited to keep promoting those. And this is just another few quick slides on how we use our tools in our toolkit. So again, really thinking through the destination website is our virtual front door, using organic social media as well as our paid media, social media, to really drive qualified visitation based on their inspiration of visuals that they're seeing back to the website, connecting out to our community businesses. Digital advertising also supports that, along with media partnerships. Again, when we talk about digital advertising, those are Hilton Head Island owned channels. We're going out there promoting the destination through beautiful pictures, engaging content, and driving them back to the website. Media partnerships doing the same thing, but under the umbrella of their publication. But that could be digital. It could be through their editor's voice. It could be through some kind of event that they're putting on and bringing forward. So again, we're just utilizing some of these top tier partnerships and bringing more people to the website to give exposure to the destination as a whole. Charlie and her team, again, going out continuously for the public relations, ensuring those stories against such as titles as Vogue, publications of Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler. She has done an amazing job bringing the destination alive through those channels, and she continues to do so. Meetings and groups, we've had some great conversations, really working through how we can best bring group meetings and groups back to the destination more consistently in different segments, right? It's not just corporate. It could be, from an incentive group, from an association group, from the Smurf segment. And so we really have to talk to each one of those opportunities and bring them, because there is opportunity for those to have our fair share here within the destination. International continues to be a key focus for us in terms of the reach of our international efforts and what we've gauged over time as being our top markets. And again, noting current concerns with Canada, we still continue appropriately to outreach to Canada, Ireland, UK, and Germany. But those are important key markets. They're familiar with us. There's easy access to us in terms of flights, and they do spend a considerable amount of time here when they do travel, and they invest in the destination. So that's great, and we'll continue that effort. And we attend not just the consumer-facing piece, but the business-facing piece as well, which is attending trade shows, making those connections with tour operators, and understanding that they can promote Hilton Head Island to their consumers. Vacation planner, we talked through that. We're in the process of planning 2026, which will be exciting. and bringing those stories to life. So all that rich content there, yes, it could turn into a digital book, but it's breaking that content up and putting it into the website, our social media, our e-news, so on and so forth. So it's been a really good platform for us to do that. And then everything comes back to, are we promoting the priorities of our town and our community to make sure that we're aligned with our priorities and our efforts of who we're reaching, not just the slide that we saw earlier, which was the 250,000 propensity to travel, but do they care like we care? Do they have the same respect for the destination when they're coming in? So again, we really strive to get that message of travel to the destination through these 5 pillars. And our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. And I'll pause here. I know we probably have some questions, and I have Ray Deal with me as well. He can come back up and help us, if we have any conversations about this.
I do have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So one of the things I noticed, I always think it's powerful to have something to compare to when you're looking at something. So this just tells us what it is for the new proposed budget. And so what I did is I took a look at what you had proposed last year. And I would recommend in the future that you have some of that comparison, because it did tell a story and that I want to learn more about. So I noticed that there's a change in spend. Media partnerships went down, the amount of money you're proposing for the new year, from $960,000 to $718,000. And digital marketing is going up significantly, $765,000 to $1.2 million. So I'd love to hear more about what's the thought process of the change in the mix and what you're hoping to get from that.
It's a great question. I think what we're doing is we're monitoring how the consumer is digesting media, and we're understanding that we need to be able to speak directly to them. And so when we placed a bit more significance in the digital marketing in our own channels, it was to ensure that we are owners and the authority in that messaging when we're there. And we still value the leisure media partnerships greatly, and we will still invest in those opportunities, but we're just investing in the digital marketing, making sure we have the right messaging, the right channels, along with supporting new routes coming in with air service, talking to those key markets, using the data that we have from Placer and other technology platforms that we're using that we can dive in deeper. But to do the diving, you need to have the budget behind it and have the creative and the copy ready to go. So again, just based on consumer behavior and how they're digesting travel today, we thought that was the appropriate piece to invest higher in and make that switch in our budget line.
Okay, thank you. And I did notice that there were 2 new entries listed under the digital marketing. That gets into that, the spreadsheet that you provide. Yes. And you list out the various entities that you are planning to spend money with. And under digital marketing, there were 2 new categories. The first one was a $200,000 spend for golf marketing that you didn't have last year. Yes, and I'm especially interested in understanding what that is. I saw on your previous slide, you showed the vacation planner and the Hilton Head Island Golf. And I'm just trying to connect the dots between that and the Low Country Golf Association, because they did come, they weren't one of the affiliate ATAX groups. And they did come and ask for additional money. We granted them $150,000. So I'm just trying to understand, what is your $200,000 compared to Low Country Golf, $150,000, and why you're adding that money this year. Also, there was $42,000 in marketing strategy and counsel as well that wasn't identified last year, and just wanting to understand what that spend is for.
Right. I can speak to it. Okay. For the golf marketing. Sorry, I don't know whether my glass is on or off. I can't see, and then I can see. Golf marketing, as you know, we've been through partnerships of funding for golf marketing. We, in years past, have sought golf funding for LGCOA on their behalf in partnership with them through the supplemental platform. When we were asked not to do that any longer, we believe strongly that golf is a driver for this destination. It is a large contributor to the admissions tax that is collected, and we felt it was important in efforts to ensure that community of business for this destination, that we put money behind it to support it. So there is a golf marketing site that is a microsite on the destination website that takes in inquiries specifically for golf. So it's basically any RFP, and those get distributed out to the golf courses, and they use that as a lead to go after business. And so without the funding in that to go towards that, that would have been lowered, and they would have seen a significant drop in the leads acquired. And so we felt that it was a responsibility as a DMO to have that budget in place and specifically called out to support them as a business and a business driver for this destination that is driven by tourism. So that's one that we just wanted to, in years past, we'd always ask for $200,000 on their behalf. We will continue to ask for $200,000 in line item for it because of its significance and impact to the destination.
So it is for the LGA?
But driving for our golf efforts. So driving towards golf marketing that drives specifically to that website. And if there's golf events that we want to support for in partnership with LGCOA, those go towards supporting. Now, the separate funds that LGCOA ask for go towards specific efforts that are separate of our efforts.
So you're asking for money to be the front door for them to funnel?
They don't have a website. And so what that website is doing is, as a destination marketing organization, we're driving qualified visitors, people who want to golf within our destination on our 23 courses. We're driving them there to that microsite and creating an opportunity for them to have a lead that goes to them, because it's an RFP process that they fill out. It's also where they can learn tons more information about our 23 courses.
So what is the $150,000 for ATAX going towards? I'm just trying to
I totally understand
the difference,
I
and the
don't
connection, and
it's a great.
But you're saying it's separate because they're getting reimbursed $150,000 for that work, and then you're asking for money for $200,000.
Part of our DMO budget will go to
support.
Yes, and I don't have Robbie's LGCOA's budget in front of me in terms of their breakdown. I don't have that right in front of me, but from our efforts, this money goes towards driving the website visitation to the marketing golf website. It goes to producing the leads. It goes to supporting all their digital ad placements that go into market. It goes to support all of their, if Robbie puts together a separate kind of marketing initiative that he would like to do, whether that be through a trade show or a different event, he proposes that and we would support them in that effort.
So the golfing website is a separate website?
It's on the destination website. It's underneath golf. I'm sorry, it's like under
It's included in your website as a separate area within your website?
Yes, it's a dedicated specifically for golf. And so when we have digital marketing ads or social ads out there, they're driving to that particular website.
Okay.
I keep saying website, a microsite. It's a microsite within that HiltonHeadIsland.org website.
And then the marketing council
strategy? Yes, that one goes along with ensuring that we are having all of our strategic efforts aligned. Does everything that we're doing in the out market is it supported? And that strategy that comes along with it is through our agency. So our agency sits with us and we have just those strategic outlines of our quarterly efforts.
That's agency cost.
Cost, but strategic support. They're helping us do all of our, we're sitting with them as they're leading efforts within kind of that tech digital space. We're coming in there and we're leaning into their guidance and we're looking at new opportunities. How are we planning our next 3 months in terms of efforts for the overall website?
All right.
Any other questions?
Okay. Excuse me, continue on.
That's it. Thank you very much. That was easy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was comprehensive. Do we have a motion on the table?
Second.
I'll move to approve, I'm sorry. I turned my microphone on.
All right. Kim, is anybody signed up to speak on this?
Not on this item, no.
Okay. Any other discussion from council?
Mayor, just briefly, this matter was reviewed by our townwide marketing council, including town staff, Mayor Pro Tem Alex Brown, the town manager, also reviewed by the ATAX committee and by the Finance Administrative Committee. So there's been a lot of review, but I've certainly learned some more from the discussion today. And I think it's helpful to note that in the last couple of years, we've really pushed our DMO to say we need to change the marketing values to reflect our community values. So those 5 pillars that have been discussed are very helpful. You know, that the actions, the information about our Sea Turtle Patrol and its activities certainly pique interest in ecotourism. And then we did receive a communication just today about efforts to work with our Gullah community in promoting Gullah businesses and arts and culture of the Gullah community on the island. So there's a lot of linkage there, and I just wanted to say that I appreciate that kind of marketing. Thank you.
Other comments, Ms. Becker?
So as I said before, there was a large, this is a very good presentation.
Thank you.
And you were really quick thinking and informative on your feet. And it's been a long day. And I just wanted to say, you're great, and thank you. And go back to some of the information that wasn't presented here, but was in that bigger packet with the other statistics. And it does, you know, direct us to understand that our beaches are still one of our high priorities. And then within the survey and the survey questions, I believe that over and over again, word of mouth, recommendations, returning, nowhere else they'd want to be, which is a good sign. We want them coming back. But a large portion of those who visit us come back and recommend to other people just based on their own experiences. And I think I recall to Patsy's point that you defined brand as a community's priorities. And while we think about the other things that the town is developing that have maybe of interest to people and drive visitation, I don't want to lose sight of what makes Hilton Head special, our people, our environment, our beaches. And I just wanted to thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments from council? All right, seeing that, I just got to, again, reiterate, you know, the appreciation of how things have transformed over the past couple of years. Not only from the understanding from council and council being involved, to staff being involved, to really understanding the metrics and how things are moving forward. So it's really been a transition over the past several years, and thank you all for that. It's very important. So with that being said, we've got a motion on the table by Ms. Bryson to approve, seconded by Mr. Alfred. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. All right, moving on. The consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution of a lease purchase agreement for fire trucks. This item was brought before the Finance and Administrative Committee on April 29th with the motion to move forward to town, presenting town to town council, excuse me. Ms. Burnett.
Hello again. I had the opportunity of presenting to the FNA committee this ordinance. So this is the first reading for the town council. Again, this is a consideration of an ordinance for the town council to approve and authorize the town to enter into a tax-exempt lease agreement with a financial institution to finance both past and future purchases of fire trucks. Upon the execution of that lease purchase agreement, the town will receive about $8 million, not to exceed $8 million from the financial institution, and we will be depositing that money as revenue in our hospitality tax fund. So the reimbursement will be as follows. We have purchased 8 pumpers, totaling about $5.1 million. And we are expecting to receive 2 quints for about $2.4 million, hopefully by the end of fiscal year 26 or beginning of fiscal year 27. So just to give you a background, I know we have new members here that probably were not here back in 2021, calendar 2021, fiscal year 2022. Town council at that time, they approved the purchase of 10 fire trucks. And once the town council approved, we actually signed an agreement with Safe Industries for them to actually produce the trucks. And you might be questioning, this was back in 2022, and now we are in fiscal year 2025. But there have been some significant delays in production and also in delivery. That's why we are back to still 3 years later, still talking about the fire trucks. We're hoping that hopefully this is it. So if you approve, we are planning, and there's an RFP, a request for proposal that is included in your packet, and that's a sample of what we're planning to send to the different financial institutions to get this about $8 million funds. So once you approve, the goal here is to, again, to receive the proceeds and reimburse our hospitality tax. This is something, by the way, that is going to be approved by council on an annual basis. So we will be coming here on an annual basis for appropriations and for your approval for this. One thing that I do want to mention, the ordinance mentions that either the mayor and/or the town manager will be authorized to sign that agreement with the financial institution on behalf of the whole town council. Any questions or anything else that I can answer for you?
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this item? Okay. Questions, concerns for Ms. Burnett?
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Somebody
Who goes
speak up.
first? Okay. So if I understand this correctly, we're asking for $8 million, even though we haven't received the other 2 quints yet. So we'd be getting money in advance.
That's correct.
Before purchase.
That is correct. And the reason why we're doing that, it is cost effective to do it all at once rather than break it down into different financial transactions. And it also, and it's interesting, from a government perspective, this is considered revenue. So this is revenue actually is going to be deposited in our hospitality tax. And it's going to allow us from a cash flow perspective to utilize this funding for other CIP projects, capital improvement program projects.
Okay, so that makes sense to me. And it also said in the materials that you would define an escrow account then for the money to set aside and put aside if you get the $8 million for those additional 2 vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I didn't understand was in the ordinance, it says that the proceeds may be used for the acquisition of the fire trucks. That's okay. Bless you. And I didn't understand why it said may be used for the acquisition of the fire trucks, because that's why we're doing this, and why it doesn't say will be used.
I cannot answer on behalf of our town council. I'm talking about the external attorneys that we utilized. I don't know the language in terms of legal, but that money will be utilized for our reimbursement of fire trucks, in addition to any of the 2 remaining quints that we are supposed to be getting in 2026.
If I could jump in to remedy that, we can amend that for second and final reading to read shall instead of may. Just change those 2 words out, show the strike through, and track the change.
Thank you. I would
you will prefer
want to do that. Yes.
Okay.
And so the process is to do that for the next time?
Second, it's not material change.
Yes, this is the first reading, so we will be presenting the corrections or the additions on the second reading.
And for clarity, you could, with your motion, make an amendment to it that the condition of first reading, that the words change from may to shall, or you could just ask us to bring it back forward. It's just procedural.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Becker?
That was my question. So we're all good.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Alfred?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that while this is denoted as a lease agreement, it is simply an alternative means of financing. ordinarily we'd expect to see it as a borrowing with bonds or notes. But this has a substantive difference in terms of things like depreciation and compliance with the 8% limitation on overall borrowing.
That's correct, and our 8% limitation that we have as a town is not involved. This is not a financial, normal financial transaction like we normally have, so it will not affect our town borrowing.
Mayor, as a second to the motion, I agree with that amendment, and hopefully Mr. Alfred, as the maker of the motion, would agree with that amendment. But I also wanted to add that I'm familiar with this kind of financing. In fact, I moved from the city of Asheville as assistant city attorney to private practice in 2020. So this kind of financing was available before that, especially for large purchases like fire trucks. So it's a great method of financing. It does not pledge the full faith and credit of the town, and there's a non-appropriation clause included in the agreement. So those are great things for us financially, and that still gives us good marking with our credit agencies. So I fully support this method of financing and understand hospitality taxes. We're going to refund the hospitality taxes and then use the hospitality taxes to make the annual payments. So it's a win-win situation. And Chief, I hope these trucks come soon. Thank you.
Mr. Alfred, if you will just restate that motion with the change from may to shall, just so that we've got it on record, please.
I think we agreed with that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's on the record. You got it, Kim? Okay, thank you. So we've got a motion on the table amended. So all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have consideration of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, authorizing the execution and delivery of an agreement with Cordillo Courts and the Hedges regarding signs on real property owned located at 104 Cordillo Parkway by the Town of Hilton Head Island. This item was recommended by a vote of 3-0 from the Community Services and Public Safety. Mr. Colon.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. This request goes in parallel along with the easement that Council ordinance that they just adopted at second reading to provide access easement to both the Hedges and Cordillo Courts. As part of this transaction as well, there's a sign that's been located along Cordillo Parkway, and I think we have a picture of it, that identifies the Cordillo Courts and the Hedges. This sign is on town property, so it's an off-premise sign. The agreement that's before you and request for resolution provides a signed agreement between the town and Cordillo Courts and the Hedges, really C cabin 1 and 2, that sets the expectations and rules for how the sign will be maintained. Any change to the signed copy requires notification to both Cordillo Courts and the Hedges POA, and if there's no objection within 30 days, then we can make those changes. But it just formalizes the agreement for the sign, as did the easement formalize the access for both those two communities.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a recommendation on the motion.
I'll move adoption. Second.
Ms. Becker said second. Okay, perfect timing. Kimberly, anybody sign up to speak on this?
Not on this item.
Thank you. Any discussion from council?
Mayor, at this late hour, I'm hesitant to make a comment, but I just have to see this note right here. A sign in a park, it says AI-generated content may be incorrect.
We were just talking about that.
I do believe that those are the correct names on that sign, having lived near there before.
All right, seeing the comedy is good. We've got a first by Ms. Price and a second by Ms. Becker. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. 7-0.
Thank you.
Next, we'll public comment, non-agenda items. This section is a public comment, section 2-5 to 70 of the town's code limits each person to 1 3-minute comment when addressing council. At the end of your 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you are finished speaking. Kim, do we have anybody signed up to speak?
We have 3.
Okay.
First is Mr. Richard Busy.
Well, now it's good evening. Richard Busy, Indigo Run. Parking fees at town beaches. Issue has been debated and discussed for 4 long years, as you well know. You should know. And even though the council approved a package in the fall of '24, the issue is still under debate. Now we learn that the mayor, apparently under pressure from out-of-towners, wants to provide free beach parking for all Beaufort County residents and show some love. Well, this has nothing to do with love, Mr. Mayor. Josh Gruber informed the Old Town Council last fall that Hilton Head is one of the only beach communities in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida not to charge for beach parking. Mr. Gruber said one of the purposes of imposing parking fees is to control demand and influence decisions. So why would the council even consider allowing all Beaufort County residents free beach parking? As it is, the main parking area for Coligny Beach, as I understand it, is free to all visitors. The mayor said he was asking the town manager to bring to committee a request for a Beaufort County beach pass because we have 14,000 people who come here every day to work and we need to show them the love. The new beach parking policy just took effect in March, and yet 1 month later, you want to change the policy. Do you know what that does to the integrity of the town council, the trust? Who can believe any vote the council takes because it can be reversed 1 month later, right? Like that. Excuse me. Just because scores of emails were sent? Well, what about that petition with more than 12,000 signatures opposing a monster bridge, and yet the council ignored that and approved the bridge and the 278 plan? The only reason the monster bridge is not happening because you don't have the money. Simple as that. I think there is a reason why local issues are debated for years and years. One of your consultants, the MRB Group, recently issued a report, I think it's in your package tonight, which said in part, and I quote, "Despite symptoms of real strife between council members, there's an aversion to conflict. Difficult conversations are cut short to mitigate infighting. This leaves issues unresolved for extended periods of time. The town should at the very least keep the beach policy that you have in force for all of '25 and evaluate the results at the end of the year." Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean Fro? I'm sorry, am I saying that right? Fru? Okay.
Hi, I'm Jean Fru. I'm a resident of the Shipyard community. I'm also executive director of the Outside Foundation. We're a small nonprofit here on the island, and we get kids outside and we do environmental protection. I'm here to just extend a heartfelt thank you to the town of Hilton Head, to TJ Jett, to all of the great volunteers who came out, the members of your staff to help us on Earth Day. We had a tremendous cleanup on that particular day, 2 hours out in Coligny. We collected, I think, over 200 pounds of trash, 56 pounds of which was easily recycled because of your relationship now with I2 Recycle, which is great. During that whole, we got 336 straws as well. Patsy will attest to that. In 2 hours, 336 straws. So that was Earth Day. It was a great day, but we also celebrated Earth Week and Earth Month. We had 25 community organizations team up along with 5 schools. So far, our count is at 3/4 of a ton of trash removed from beaches, waterways, our local parks. It's what we do. We believe in the collective power of the individual to drive change. That's what we do at the Outside Foundation. We're small, we don't have an office, we are what we do. And so I'm here today to really kind of challenge and discuss the problem of plastics, single-use plastics. I think it should be on the forefront of discussion and action for this town. There are a lot of studies out there, the effects of plastics on our basically our bodies. And there's a most recent one in Nature Medicine that basically says that, you know, as micro and nanoplastics are getting into our food streams, they're ending up in our brain tissue. And that's pretty bad. And there was a study recently out of University of New Mexico, and it said basically, they looked at cadavers over 7 years. From the beginning to the end, there's a 50% increase in plastic in the cadaver brains. And in particular, in those last 2 years, it came down to be 4,800 micrograms existing in brains. That's this. This is 4,800 micrograms. So as seafood eaters, we know that the food chain begins with larval fish, larval crab, larval shrimp. We eat all those. And because of biomagnification, we know even if something else ate that before we eat that, we're getting plastics regularly into our bodies. And so I would say to all of you and to the town, we need to take action. We need to have leadership. The Outside Foundation is committed to that leadership. We are committed to events that have no single-use plastic bottles. We have been a huge part of the Quench Buggy Drive, and we will continue to fight this problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly, Linda Harrington.
Linda Harrington, Indigo Run. I had planned to stand here and present a transparency resolution to the town board to be voted on, as has been past practice by others that I've personally witnessed. However, my conscience will not allow it. You see, I was instructed it's unethical for any outside person or body to try and move a resolution they've crafted through the many town boards, committees, commissions, and the all-important town council. This is an elected body. You have certain responsibilities that you need to adhere to. I signed many a disclosure and ethics oath when I was in office. I certainly hope this town's employees and any board and/or advisory commission or committee read and sign a disclosure as well. If you have one, it's not being followed. I also call on any and all Town of Hilton Head Island board members, employees, and volunteer board members that are also a member of the Greater Island Council, a 501c4 nonprofit lobbying group, to disclose this and let such disclosure be publicly available. It should be obvious that a person must choose one council to sit on. You cannot do both. The reason, if you sit on a town board or council and are a member of the Greater Island Council, you effectively have two thumbs on the scale. The resolution first must be formed and gone through by the Greater Island Council prior to sending it to the town council. If a town council member is a member of that group, they have two votes. Unethical doesn't begin to cover it. I've never understood why, as a town government, you would leave yourselves open to problems with this issue. I attended a town council meeting recently. I had heard that a project, Blue Hour, was lobbying the town to rezone and/or grant a variance on their endeavor. This came out in a planning meeting when the applicant was asked how he came to Hilton Head Island. The answer was someone from the town reached out to them. I was shocked. There are a number of qualified people in our own area. Why go to someone out of town who's inexperienced? I stood up during the resident portion of the meeting. I asked quite clearly who had contacted Blue Hour from the town. No one on the dais answered, but they all had puzzled looks, as if they had no idea who had made that call. But it turns out, from what I understand, it was you, Mayor Perry. While you didn't outright lie, you lied by omission. Our latest problem, again at the mayor's instruction, is beach parking. You cannot appease everyone. Many hours, days, weeks, and months were put into this endeavor. How can you put it back up for discussion? It's only been in existence for a short time. Give us a chance to see how it works. Now that you've muddied the water, you have residents pitched against residents.
Thank you.
Mayor, before you close public comment, I just wanted to, say something. There is a report that says that this council has difficulty, or had difficulty, it's better, I think, now in the last 5 months than it certainly was the 2 years prior to that, with conflict. And I also know, and anyone who watches knows, that I'm usually pushing the edges of that. The beach parking is a problem. I was part of that original discussion from the beginning 4+ years ago. And we did debate it, and we got all sorts of information and statistics and data. And we made an agreement amongst ourselves in a cohesive group to move something forward, and part of that included the collection of data for the year. This is not unlike other situations, one in particular with regard to the floor area ratio. When the direction that this council has been taking, your vote included, has been then stopped before it's had full time for full implementation, whether it's a second vote on the floor area ratio or now with only a month and a half in, some debate about changing the parking. I'm going to specifically, as the chair of the Community Service and Public Safety, through which a lot of this discussion has come through, ask that we continue to let that ride out and stick with the commitment that we as a group, without conflict, moved forward. And I think it's important that this council has the ability to pass things and know that is going to take place as we've agreed to it, and that we don't have situations like the floor area ratio and others that have happened in the past. We are a council of 7, not 1.
I don't claim to be a council of 1 at all. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go into executive session?
Yes, sir. As shown on executive session, on the May 6th agenda, items 12A and 12B.
Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. We're in executive session. Executive session? All those
Second.
in favor signify by raising your right hand. That's unanimous. Mr. Brown, do we have any action coming out of executive session?
No, sir.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
We're adjourned.